Chapter 1201. Moreover, Chu Feng poked again and again and felt that it was very slippery. It was fine if he didn't stop at the first instance, but on the contrary, he poked twice more. Ah! Jean Lin screamed. Her long golden hair fluttered in the wind as a pair of scarlet wings spread open behind her. Her fair and slender body emitted a divine light that transformed into a protective light screen. At this moment, 12 divine halos formed on the surface of her body, making her look incomparably dazzling. She was like a goddess respected by all races, holy and transcendent. Of course, her beautiful face was filled with anger as 2 beams of divine light shot out from her eyes. This kind of scream was a little terrifying as it formed energy ripples, causing many golden arhats nearby to cover their ears as they revealed pained expressions. Those who were too close even bled from all 7 apertures as they were heavily injured. This was the sound wave of a top figure among the quasi-saints. Its destructive power was extremely shocking. The other quasi-saints were petrified, including Jean Lin's 2 best friends. They also opened their bright red little mouths and were dumbfounded. Wasn't that Chao too daring? Jean Lin's eyes were spewing fire. She retreated at the first instant out of instinct just now, like a golden bolt of lightning, distancing herself 30 meters away from her original spot. Her towering chest was heaving up and down violently. Her breathtaking face was filled with boundless fury as goosebumps crawled all over her fair and delicate skin. She was shocked, angry, and furious. She really wanted to kill someone. That Chowda actually dared to be so rude. What made her most furious and resentful was that wild cultivator's current expression. After poking again and again, he actually had a rippling expression. He actually lowered his head to look at his own hand and let out a light sigh. Not to mention the others, even Xiao Yao, Peng Wanli, and the others were grinning with stiff expressions. Wasn't this Chao too daring? Even Monkey was baring his teeth. The god of thunder couldn't close his mouth and was tongue-tied. His body was frozen there, and his facial expression was petrified. He felt like he had seen a ghost. What did he see? Chowda really dared to do anything. Chi! Jean Lin flew into a rage out of humiliation upon seeing this. The pair of wings that blossomed with scarlet light unfolded behind her, raising her speed to the limit. Like a fluttering light, she stuck close to the ground and instantly arrived before raising her hand to chop. Chu Feng's hands were swift as he pulled up the monkey that was standing shoulder to shoulder with him. He used soul light to transmit his voice and said, "Playing dead. She's been infuriated by us." When a monkey heard this, he felt that it made sense. In the camp of Yongzhou, high-level evolved beings couldn't bully the weak. Otherwise, they would be severely punished or even killed. Following this, the monkey prepared himself to be beaten up. He felt that Chowda's words were correct and that he should use the rules to get rid of the Qilin girl. At the same time, he instantly thought that Chowda, this honest brother, was actually too mean. In order to provoke Jean Lin, he actually dared to poke around. As it was too sudden, Monkey didn't think too much. He immediately shouted, "Murder!" He was afraid that Jean Lin would kill him on the spot in a fit of rage. If that happened, it wouldn't be worth it to punish Jean Lin severely afterwards. However, at the last moment, Monkey still came back to his senses. Why did this bastard Chao to drag him forward? In an instant, he came to a realization and really wanted to say, "Damn you." He simply wanted to stomp his feet. This bastard Chao to hit at the back and sent him out, causing him to be injured and even scamming. This was too much of a bastard. Needless to say, Monkey's shout was rather effective. Jean Lin's humiliated, angry, and restless heart calmed down slightly. She stopped at the first instance. She was also afraid that people would find a reason to punish her severely if she broke the rules. However, Chu Feng was still preparing to carry Monkey and retreat just now. It would be fine if he was slightly injured. In the end, when he saw the situation now, he immediately pushed him forward slightly. Bang! Monkey instantly suffered a palm strike and was so angry that his liver hurt. That's right, it wasn't really painful. His injuries were very light, but he was angered by Chu Feng. He felt that this grandson was too mean. Hurry up and fall down. Also, spit out blood as much as you can. Otherwise, you'll be beaten for nothing. Chu Feng transmitted his voice to the monkey through soul light and secretly roared. The six-eared macaque really wanted to turn around and give him a slap. However, after thinking about it, it would be a waste if he didn't trick the Cheeling girl once. Then, he conveniently fell to the ground and coughed with all his might. He didn't hesitate to give his gums a slap and spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He listened to Chu Feng's suggestion and fell to the ground to scam. Then, Chu Feng let out a long howl. The second sage is acting violently, bullying the weak and killing the most outstanding descendant of the six-eared macaque race. Seniors, you must seek justice for us. This place is too dark. After he shouted like this, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the people from the Golden Body Battalion. Weren't they opposing each other with equal harshness just now? How did Tian fall to the ground in the blink of an eye and spit out blood? Was he really injured, or was he scamming? At this time, Xiao Yao and Peng Wanli also came back to their senses and shouted at the same time. Murder! The Blue Eyes, Golden Scales, and Scarlet Feather Beast clan's young lady killed someone in front of everyone. Relying on the strength of a second sage to kill the Golden Body Domain's Tian, this is intolerable. The world is dangerous, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. A second sage slaughters the innocent indiscriminately. If this kind of villain is not executed, even the heavens will shed tears and the earth will weep. After hearing this, Chu Feng suddenly felt that the two of them had a tacit understanding. He wanted to give them a thumbs up, but he found that Monkey was staring at them with a murderous gaze. Because no matter what, Monkey was still a famous holy son, so how could he shout like this? He felt very embarrassed. Jean Lin's face was ugly. She had come to cripple Chowda and had deliberately provoked him again and again, wanting to anger that grumpy guy. She had even brought a group of second sages to help her. In the end, she found out that she had been scammed. Her two best friends were both stunned. Both of them were very beautiful, but now they seemed a bit silly and adorable. After a moment, they realized that Tian was not really seriously injured and dying, but rather that it was all an act put on by those hateful bastards. The 8 second sages who walked out from the darkness felt their lungs ache. What was going on? They were waiting for Chowda to attack, but they were the first to be hit. In the distance, it was unknown how many evolvers in the Golden Body Domain had come out of their tents when they heard such shouts and swarmed over. These Golden Body cultivators who didn't know the truth were very surprised. They all thought that something big had happened and believed that the six-eared macaque was seriously injured and dying. What was going on? The second sage on Jean Lin's side felt a headache coming on. They knew that they had been blackmailed. You guys are going too far. Jean Lin's maid said angrily with an ugly expression. She looked at Monkey, who had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. How could the dignified six-eared macaque be so shameless? She directly rushed over and made a kicking gesture, wanting to force Monkey to get up. Tian glared, his eyes flickering with golden light as he flew out more than 10 meters. Don't get up, just lie down. Chu Feng shouted in secret before shouting in front of everyone. Do you see how arrogant young lady Jean Lin is? Even her maid dares to kick the six-eared macaque's dying holy son. She's too arrogant. Damn, he's putting a big hat on me again. The group of second sages behind Jean Lin ground their teeth. They really wanted to carry him away and find a place where no one was around to bury him alive. They quickly stepped forward and pulled away the weasel woman. They couldn't get involved now. Tian, you died so miserably. Seniors, are you all here? You have to take revenge for him. Peng Wanli shouted. The monkey glared. He was alive and well. If he jumped around in the future, what would others think of him? At this time, several old men appeared, including the old servant of the six-eared macaque. Only then did Chu Feng and the others calm down. What's going on? Someone shouted. Chow, Tian, they tricked us. Jean Lin refused to suffer a loss and was the first to shout. She was the young lady of a powerful race, and whether it was the man she liked or a brother, they were all outstanding figures in the same realm. No one dared to provoke her. She was never willing to suffer losses, So how could she endure being extorted today? You almost killed me, Tion, yet you still dare to say that. It's clear how arrogant and overbearing you are normally. Facts speak louder than words. Tion coughed up blood and fell to the ground, while you're safe and sound. Why don't we look at the image left behind in the clear heaven mirror? Chu Feng shouted as he pointed to the sky. There was a mirror hanging in the air. Then, the two sides began to wrangle and argue. Obviously, Chu Feng and Monkey had the absolute initiative. After all, Tion was lying on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, everyone could prove that Jean Lin had taken the initiative to attack. Severely punish the culprit, cripple her cultivation, and make her compensate us with enough pollen and fruits. Xiao Yao shouted. In fact, this result was beyond his and Peng Wanli's expectations. If they could use this opportunity to blackmail the competitors on the list, it would be a good thing. With this happening, they would probably be able to kick Jean Lin off the list. Jean Lin's expression was cold as she argued, but Chu Feng refused to budge. He told the God Kings and quasi-God Kings that Jean Lin had brought a group of second sages to provoke them and wanted to ambush them. During the argument, Monkey was secretly unhappy and asked Chu Feng why he pushed him out to blackmail and why he didn't go up himself. You are from a six-eared macaque race, so your identity is sensitive, Chu Feng replied. This made Monkey's mood slightly better. However, while Chu Feng was arguing with Jean Lin, he accidentally added, being knocked down to the ground with blood spurting out of my mouth and nose. How shameful. How could I be in such a sorry state? I'm invincible, so I'll have to trouble you. F*CK. Monkey's hair stood on end when he heard this. He jumped up with a whoosh, and his eyes were spewing fire. He wanted to fight to the death with Chu Feng. That was because he had also thought about it. If the news spread among the aristocratic families that he had been beaten up by a woman, it would be too shameful. Even if the truth was restored, once people knew that he liked to blackmail people, he would also lose a lot of face. Everyone felt dizzy. Wasn't the six-eared macaque heavily injured and bleeding from his mouth? How did he suddenly have so much energy that he could fight someone? Why are you up? You have to consider the bigger picture. Chu Feng cried out. Monkey was so angry that he looked around for a metal rod and a suitable weapon. He wanted to smash him and fight him to the end. All of you shut up. Behave. The elders couldn't bear to watch any longer. In the end, they decided to have Jean Lin compensate Tion with an astonishingly valuable divine medicine for him to recover from his injuries. Regardless of whether Monkey was injured or not, Jean Lin had indeed attacked him. Otherwise, how could they appease the masses? At the same time, the elders sternly warned Chao De, Monkey, Peng Wanli, and the others not to stir up trouble. They hadn't been quiet recently. All of you better behave. How many times has Old Hong's grandson been beaten by you? What kind of propriety is this? This is too outrageous. An elder shouted. Hong Yunhai's skin twitched. It was already shameful enough to mention his sore spot. Why were they still talking about this? After that, the elders sternly reprimanded those quasi-sages for provoking them for no reason. They had gone too far and punished them to reflect on the wall for 3 days. This naturally included Jean Lin, her best friend, and her maid. After all, they had attacked them. Let's celebrate. How delightful. Senior is wise. In just an instant, Chu Feng, Monkey, and Peng Wanli flattered and sang praises. They also expressed that they would abide by this punishment. The group of quasi-sages had ugly expressions. They were the ones being locked up, so Chao De, Monkey, and the others would naturally support this decision. They were so angry that the roots of their teeth were itching. They felt that this world was too dark. When they looked at Chu Feng, their eyes were filled with lust. Was this the brother upright in the rumors? Didn't they say that he would light a fire? He would explode with just a little provocation, but why did he send them all to the black prison in the end? The group of people were filled with resentment as they stared at Chu Feng. Their expressions became increasingly unfriendly. How shameless! How dare he try to blackmail us? They gritted their teeth. They had never seen such a shameless bastard. He could even do something like this. At this moment, Monkey gradually calmed down. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became. He really wanted to drag Chu Feng over and give him a good beating. That was because his heroic reputation had been used up this time. He felt that after this, all kinds of rumors about him would soon be flying around, especially among the aristocratic families. Rumors of him falling with a single touch, a professional blackmailer, would all fall on his head. These could be directly thought of. His face immediately darkened as he grabbed hold of Chu Feng. If he could beat him, he really wanted to do so on the spot. Chapter 1202. The group of quasi-saints saw Chu Feng and Monkey exchanging glances with each other, clearly communicating something in secret. They immediately felt rather displeased and wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat them up. In fact, Chu Feng was currently recommending a book written by a predecessor to Monkey, Self-Cultivation of Evolvers, telling him that his performance just now was too clumsy. He could obviously blackmail them to the end, but in the end, he had to jump up himself. His performance was too terrible. Monkey wanted to beat them up again, but he held back when he thought of Chu Feng's plot with them just now. This time, if they really wanted to play dirty tricks on the quasi-saints, they still had to count on Chao, the main force. The group of quasi-saints was incomparably furious. They were warned by the Divine King that they had to report to the Black Prison within 2 days, or they would be severely punished. This was also giving them some time to make their own arrangements. In the distance, Mi Qing was young and beautiful. She was rather speechless when she witnessed this scene. Her brother was really a little disgraceful. He actually blackmailed, and that Chu Feng was definitely the instigator. He was the one who urged her brother to do that. At her side was a graceful and aloof man. He frowned, speechlessly watching this scene. He was precisely Qi Lingkong, someone from the Foreign Wastelands Crane clan. He had a moment of doubt. Was this kind of collaborator reliable? They could even blackmail. It was really somewhat shameful, and he couldn't bear to see it. At this moment, the few elders took a step forward and directly disappeared. Chowda, you're really something. The group of quasi-saints glared at Chu Feng with fire in their eyes. Blackmailed Monkey, you're really promising. Jinlin mocked, and personally gave Monkey a label. Monkey's face turned green after hearing this, and he immediately became anxious. If this were to spread, how would he still have any face? This nickname was too unpleasant to hear. Not allowing him to say more, Jinlin said disdainfully, "Don't scratch your ears and cheeks, and don't come near me, because I'm afraid that after you take the initiative to touch me, your 7 apertures will bleed and your whole body will crack. I can't afford to offend a blackmailed monkey like you." Really enough, Monkey was embarrassed and angry, but he really couldn't say anything. In reality, Jinlin didn't say much to him. Instead, she walked over to Chu Feng, and the light in her eyes could kill. There were crackling sounds, and her eyes emitted sparks. She was extremely angry. She really wanted to make a move, but in the end, she could only hold it in. She secretly transmitted her voice, indicating for a group of quasi-saints to come over. They didn't need to make a move directly, but rather use their minds to suppress Chu Feng. This was an invisible force. Including Jinlin, there were a total of 12 secondary saints surrounding Chu Feng. None of them made a move, but were releasing their spiritual pressure to their heart's content. The outstanding figures among the 12 quasi-saints moved together like this. That kind of spiritual force was really astonishing. To an evolver at the Golden Arhut realm, it was an unbearable weight. If it were someone else, they would have already collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand this kind of suppression. Strictly speaking, these secondary saints had violated the precepts again and broken the rules. But now, Chu Feng was persevering and withstanding this kind of pressure. He didn't collapse on the ground, so it was hard for outsiders to define it. Most importantly, everyone could see that Jinlin and the others were deliberately looking for trouble, walking on the edge of the rules. Once Chowder really couldn't take it anymore, they would definitely retreat and stop suppressing him. Chow, but you got guts. Everyone says you're upright, but from the looks of it now, you're just a scoundrel. How dare you trick us? Jinlin spoke, her eyes cold as she stared at Chu Feng. Thinking of the experience not long ago, where she was stabbed in the chest by this person, it really made her almost go berserk. She said disdainfully, "I'll give you a chance. Kowtow in front of everyone and apologize to me. Then we'll forget everything that happened between us." Now that they had joined forces to suppress Chu Feng to the point where he couldn't move, she directly raised this kind of rude request. Although her looks were outstanding, her current figure was slender with undulating curves. Her long golden hair was very dazzling, her skin was fair, and her eyes were very moving. But she made Chu Feng's pupils contract, and he wanted to launch an attack right away. She was actually forcing him like this. At this moment, the bones all over his body were emitting crisp sounds. If it were someone else, they reckoned that their entire body would have cracked under the suppression of the 12 quasi-saints and then exploded. "Jinlin, you guys are going overboard. I'm going to call for help." The expressions of the monkey and the others changed as they rapidly summoned those few elders. They were worried that Chu Feng would be crippled. "Don't worry, we didn't attack." Jinlin and the others also didn't dare to play with fire too much. Before they left, they joined forces in the end and used formless spiritual soul light resonance to give Chowda a taste of their strength. They even wanted to tear his soul light apart. However, they were very surprised because Chowda's spiritual energy was very powerful. Although it was fluctuating, it was extremely tenacious and didn't crack. "Fine, you're not going to admit defeat today. You're going to fight to the death with me. Just wait and see." Jinlin stretched out her hand. This time, she directly extended her index finger and pointed at the space between Chu Feng's brows. She had already come into contact with it and poked it again and again. She said, "You're just a wild cultivator. You'll understand your own inferiority and weakness very soon. I have plenty of ways to kill you. Just wait for your death." She turned around and left. Those people also left after her. At this moment, the monkey and the others called over the two elders, but they didn't stop them. Clearly, they felt that this matter should end here. After all, they didn't really start fighting, so it was fine to smooth things over. Chu Feng was furious as he stared at Jinlin and the others. At the last moment just now, a total of more than 10 quasi-saints had joined forces and used their soul light to suppress him. They didn't let him budge, and he viewed this as a humiliation. He let out a loud roar that shook the Golden Body Battalion. Many people were shaken to the point that their blood and qi were churning, and they almost fainted. Chu Feng was about to chase after Jinlin. The beam of light in his eyes was intimidating and extremely terrifying. The monkey, Prung Wanli, and Xiaoyao hugged him together and didn't let him chase after her. They advised him that it wasn't too late for a gentleman to take revenge, even if it was overnight. In reality, there's no need for overnight. Didn't we already discuss it? We'll go and screw them over before the sun sets. They consoled him and promised to do something behind the scenes together when they got back. What a humiliation. I was actually threatened. Chu Feng said angrily. "It's not humiliating at all. You single-handedly resisted the mental energy of 12 quasi-saints. This is enough to shock them. Didn't you see how uneasy they were when they left? They were worried about you in the future. You're already very strong now. Moreover, they're well-known figures among the quasi-saints. There are very few evolvers on the same level who could be a match for them." Under the monkey and Peng Wanli's persistent dragging, Chu Feng was taken away and brought to the monkey's cave, dwelling in his tent for a secret discussion. At this moment, there was a wave of discussion in the Golden Body Battalion. What happened today was too astonishing. The Golden Bodies and the Quasi-Saints almost fought a great battle. That Chowda was too ferocious. Of course, the three words Punxi Monkey also became a keyword that people were talking about. If the monkey knew about this, he would definitely fly into a rage. No matter what, he indeed had an additional title that he didn't want to be tainted with from today onward. "All right, let's do it when the sun sets today. I don't care about the others, but leave that Jinlin to me," Chu Feng said as he walked around in the monkey's tent dwelling while carrying his mace. "Don't be angry," the monkey said. "I have a bad premonition. After today's Punxi, I might never be able to wash away this stain." He was panting with anger and felt that he might become infamous together with Chowda. They had studied for a long time and confirmed that the targets of this ambush were 3 people. They would take action when the sun set today. As for how to lure the 3 quasi-saints to appear together, there was no need for Chu Feng to plan. The monkey and the others had already made all kinds of contingency plans and were just waiting to be carried out. During the process of the discussion, Qi Lingkong was a little unwilling. He kept feeling that he had boarded a pirate ship and that it was somewhat embarrassing for him to be together with these guys. That was because the plans and procedures they had discussed weren't very glorious. Mi Qing also spoke up and said, "I also feel it's a bit embarrassing. This time, we have to defeat them fair and square. Otherwise, it'll be very dishonorable. Don't you feel embarrassed to be on that list?" In her brother's plan, there were even devious moves like streaking. After all, there were women among the targets of the ambush. At that time, they would most likely be embarrassed and wouldn't dare to look straight at them. Other than that, there were other dark moves that were very devious. "Let's fight fair and square. We don't need these." Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "One must be magnanimous." The monkey said faintly, "Didn't you provide half of these dark moves?" "Nonsense. Don't ruin my reputation in front of our younger sister." Chu Feng wouldn't admit it no matter what. They began to move in secret. The monkey found someone to make arrangements because he had spies in the quasi-saint camp. "All right, before the sun sets, Jean Lin will walk out of the quasi-saint camp and go to another camp to find the Kuan dragon. We'll ambush her along the way." After the monkey received the feedback, he informed them that everything was going smoothly and they could prepare to take action. Other than that, there were 2 other experts who would go to another camp with Jean Lin for other reasons. They were all people on that list. The red sun set in the west, and the sunset dyed half the sky red. 3 people walked over from the horizon in the distance. They walked out of the quasi-saint camp and headed in this direction. Under the bright red afterglow of the setting sun, their bodies were covered in a dark red luster. At the same time, there was also a faint golden glow. Their shadows on the ground were elongated. This was a stone forest. Chu Feng and the others had been hiding for a long time and were waiting to make a sneak attack. As expected, it was Jean Lin. She was wearing a long dress that flickered with starlight and was extremely stunning. Her golden hair was sparkling and translucent. Under the setting sun, her fair and exquisite face was exceptionally beautiful. "They're here. Don't fight with me," Chu Feng said secretly. After a while, those 3 people arrived at this place. Boom! Chu Feng erupted and was the first to make a sneak attack. He leaped up from behind a huge rock with his mace in hand and smashed it toward Jean Lin's head with all his strength. He was too fast as he moved while riding on lightning. Even Jean Lin couldn't dodge it. It was very sudden. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions with a deafening sound. The entire stone forest was shaking and terrifying energy spread out. The surrounding mountains and large boulders exploded under this energy ripple and turned into fine powder. Chu Feng felt his arm go numb. That mace actually produced sparks as if it had struck a metal body. Wasn't Jean Lin's head too hard? At this moment, Jean Lin was dizzy and her head was hurting. Tears almost flowed out. This attack had struck the pair of sparkling Qilin horns hidden in her golden hair. It was so painful that she wanted to cry. She was a little dazed after suffering such a heavy blow. Chu Feng still hadn't realized that he had struck a Qilin horn. As such, he said angrily, "It's harder than a wooden head. Is your head a lump of metal?" When Jean Lin saw that it was him, she immediately flew into a rage. Her snot and tears were about to come out. Her ears were ringing and she was seeing stars. She discovered that it was actually this damned bastard who had ambushed her and even said such words. "Kill!" The 2 erupted at the first moment and directly engaged in a decisive battle. However, Jean Lin had been ambushed first. She was still dizzy and her reaction was a little slow. Chu Feng swung out with a dragon leg and flew over horizontally. His legs spread open like a pair of scissors and cut toward Jean Lin. One of his legs was aimed at Jean Lin's face, while the other was aimed at Jean Lin's calf. Bang! Jean Lin resisted the violent impact. Chu Feng couldn't knock her over, but he took advantage of the situation to wrap around her body and lock her down with his legs. Chapter 1203. Chu Feng's scissor legs were extremely swift and fierce, but they were ineffective. In the end, he wrapped around her back, and his legs were like two iron chains that wrapped around Jean Lin's waist. This action happened in a life and death struggle. It seemed very ambiguous, but it was extremely dangerous. Jean Lin flew into a rage out of humiliation. She completely erupted and suddenly threw her head back. Between her golden hair, there was a pair of sparkling Qilin horns that emitted terrifying energy. Throwing her head back like that was extremely terrifying. She was going to split Chu Feng in half. Chu Feng's pupils shrunk. He extended his hands, which seemed to be cast from gold, and without hesitation, he reached forward to grab the pair of sparkling, beautiful, yet terrifying Qilin horns. Jean Lin was furious. How could her horns be grabbed by a man's hands? Especially when the posture between them was extremely inelegant. In such a setting, her entire body surged with light as Qilin blood aura surged out. With a boom, Chu Feng couldn't grab the pair of horns because a terrifying scarlet light blossomed. On Jean Lin's back, a pair of blood-colored wings unfolded. Light overflowed and energy surged. The wings almost flipped Chu Feng over. At the crucial moment, Chu Feng crossed his arms in front of him to block, colliding with the scarlet wings. Vigorous energy and resplendent scarlet light burst out between them. Amidst the bangs, they fiercely collided. The pair of wings actually curled up and wrapped around Chu Feng. It was like an immortal clam in the sea opening a pair of sparkling clamshells to seal its prey and then refine it. This was the powerful ability of the mutated Qilin race. The pair of wings were like an immortal clamshell. As they rapidly closed, they seemed to want to imprison Chu Feng inside and refine him into a pool of pus and blood. Chu Feng naturally resisted. His fists blasted forward like lightning, and his legs locked onto the other party's slender waist. He exerted all his strength, and his legs glowed like divine metal chains. He wanted to sever that delicate waist. Jean Lin was humiliated and angry. This kind of fighting posture was too excessive. Earlier, she was already gnashing her teeth at Chowda, and now she was ambushed. He actually locked her body like this, making her want to kill someone. At this moment, her long golden hair glowed resplendently. Her skin was fair and glossy, and her beautiful face was covered in rage and killing intent. Her whole body erupted with light. She had long since used her quasi-sage divine ability to form a protective divine ring. She wanted to shake Chu Feng off and isolate him outside. However, Chu Feng was very firm and refused to let go. He fought in close combat, sticking close to his opponent. His legs seemed to have taken root, locking onto that slender waist, while his hands pulled on that pair of scarlet wings, wanting to tear them off. However, Jean Lin was too powerful. The scarlet wings became more and more resplendent, scarlet light overflowing into the heavens, wrapping around Chu Feng. There really was a chance of refining him into a pool of blood. At this moment, Chu Feng felt pain on his skin. The other party's divine ability was very terrifying. However, he wasn't willing to retreat. After all, he still had the upper hand and was locked onto his opponent. For a moment, it was difficult for him to get off. The two were in a deadlock. Either Jean Lin would refine him into a puddle of blood, or he would tear off her wings and completely kill her. Not far away, the others had already made their move. The so-called ambush was launched at the same time. The monkey and his sister Mi Qing attacked one person together. At first, the effect was quite obvious. The siblings each had a large black gold rod, and all of them successfully smashed onto that person's body. The two rods were more than 10,000 caddies heavy and sent the person flying with blood spurting out his mouth. This really made people speechless. It was fine if it was just the monkey, since he had a mouth of thunder to begin with. His eyes flickered with divine light, and his whole body was covered in golden beast fur. His physical body was tough, and he had boundless strength. However, His sister Mi Qing's white clothes fluttered in the wind. She was elegant and otherworldly, and she also held a large black gold rod in her hand. She looked rather fierce. Her figure was excellent, and she was tall and graceful. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and she actually also held a large rod in her hand. She was using this kind of heavy weapon to fight against others. At this moment, although the opponent the siblings were ambushing had been smashed away by the two black gold rods, his bones and tendons weren't broken. That was because this was a special race known as the flowing light snail. Although he had transformed into a human form, the surface of his body was extremely tough and rough. There was a layer of protective shell around him. This was a special characteristic of his body, which was the shell of a snail. It was like there was a layer of coarse armor sticking closely to his body, protecting his life. Otherwise, just based on the joint attack of the six-eared macaque and his sister, even a peak quasi-sage expert would be smashed to pieces. "You guys are courting death," the flowing light snail roared. He didn't expect to be ambushed. He was truly very strong, and his speed was too fast. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and took the initiative to meet the monkey siblings. Just like his name, although he was a snail, his speed wasn't slow at all. In truth, he was like a beam of flowing light, weaving in and out like lightning as he fought intensely with the monkey siblings. On the other side, Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, and Qi Lingkong also attacked at the same time, ambushing their opponents. The target man looked tall and thin, and he looked a little weak. However, this wasn't the case when they actually fought. This young man blocked Peng Wanli's golden claw imprint and sealed Xiao Yao's Taoist fist imprint. Amidst the clanging sounds, sparks flew in all directions around his body, and the sound of his golden body trembling incessantly rang out. Peng Wanli's true form was a golden-winged roc. Now, he revealed a pair of golden claws, but he wasn't able to injure this person. He was blocked by a flying sword. This person came from a Yulan race and was formed from a type of plant with extremely high spirituality. The leaves of his body were as hard as flying swords. He had cultivated a total of 8 special flying swords, which blocked the sharp claws of the golden-winged roc at the crucial moment. At the same time, he also forced Xiao Yao and Qi Lingkong to retreat. The reaction of this expert from the Yulan race was astonishing. In front of him, 8 flying swords floated in the air. They were bright and resplendent, and their bodies were sparkling and translucent as if they could cut through the void. They emitted a terrifying radiance as their sword Qi rushed into the heavens. At this time, the 8 flying swords moved. They revolved and slashed toward Peng Wanli's group. In a short period of time, an intense battle erupted. Not long after, some of Peng Wanli's golden feathers fell. He was already dyed in blood, and Xiao Yao was also injured. Qi Lingkong rushed toward the monkey siblings one moment, and then he came to help Peng Wanli's group the next. Because both places were very dangerous, the 5 of them joined hands to deal with those 2 experts. As for Chu Feng's side, he was the only one there because he had previously said that he wanted to deal with Jean Lin alone. He wanted to subdue her and make her his mount. Chu Feng used a secret technique. His fist shone, and tens of thousands of streaks of lightning shot down. The densely packed lightning continuously blasted down, and all of them landed on that pair of blood-colored wings. In addition, his legs were also releasing electricity. He locked onto Jean Lin's waist and wanted to blast her into charcoal. His human king blood was reviving. Azure light flickered within his body, and golden multicolored light surged, making his strength exceptionally powerful. At this moment, Chu Feng's attack was effective. It made the red and sparkling feathers flutter about. Some of them fell, and blood flowed out from Jean Lin's wings. Even if she was a quasi-saint, even if she was a mutated Qilin race, her scarlet wings were also injured under this kind of terrifying attack. Chu Feng showed no mercy and went all out. He wanted nothing more than to tear off her pair of wings immediately. Jean Lin was extremely furious. Her entire body was surging with vigorous energy. She was extremely furious and humiliated. This person was like a dogskin plaster that stuck to her back. This was truly preposterous. Who was she? The young lady of the mutated Chelan race. This kind of entanglement was too ambiguous. At that moment, her entire body was shining. All kinds of symbols flowed on the surface of her body and converged into a ball of blinding runic flames. It was going to burn Chufeng up. That was the flame formed after the mysterious markings in the Chelan's blood appeared. It was also called Chelan fire. From her bone marrow and cells, it kept on rushing out, wanting to refine Chufeng. Chufeng let out a strange cry. His whole body was in incomparable pain, and he felt as if his whole body was about to melt. However, he didn't relax. He locked his legs around her waist and moved his arms to strike a killing blow. Moreover, his forehead was shining. He wanted to kill the Chelan girl with soul light. Jean Lin's divine senses were incomparably sharp, and her senses were extraordinary. The pair of Chelan horns on her head shone and became more and more dazzling. They shot out 5-color divine light, and the 2 dragon horns seemed like they could split the world. Astonishing multicolored energy surged out and surged towards Chufeng. With a boom, frightening spirit energy burst forth in front of Chufeng's forehead and above Jean Lin's head. The terrifying collision of soul light was as intense as a volcano erupting. It had to be said that Jean Lin was very powerful. She was ambushed first, locked at the waist, and carried on his back. After losing the initiative, she could still counterattack so fiercely. If it were someone else, they would have been killed dozens of times. Of course, if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to fight her in close combat. At that moment, the monkey suddenly cried out strangely. That was their secret signal. He was preparing to use a type of secret treasure. That was because the monkey and the others knew that after reaching the level of a quasi-saint, there were too many tricks that could be used. For example, there were all kinds of wondrous techniques and innate divine abilities, which are much more than what an evolver at the Golden Body realm could grasp. Now, the monkey suddenly took out a picture scroll. Inside, there were towering mountains and silver waterfalls. The boundless land was incomparably majestic, with surging rivers and a desolate aura covering the sky and earth. With a boom, this picture scroll enlarged and enveloped everyone. They disappeared from their original spots. This was the Yin-Yang Mountain and River diagram. It formed a world of its own and trapped everyone. For a moment, all kinds of divine abilities and wondrous techniques were out of order. All they could use was their physical strength. Of course, the monkey didn't use the other great killing weapons passed down by their ancestors to kill them here. That was because it was meaningless. They had to perform and show that they were strong enough to fight a quasi-saint head-on, instead of relying on forbidden weapons to destroy the enemy. This required them to be very outstanding themselves and be able to cross realms to fight with the top-notch figures among quasi-saints, or even defeat them. Only with such a performance could they be listed on that list. And this Yin-Yang Mountain and River diagram was only used to lock everyone in, making it difficult for them to use their divine abilities and wondrous techniques effectively for a moment. They could only fight with their physical bodies, so it was relatively fair. Even if they were to argue and wrangle after the matter, they would also make their opponents have nothing to say. With a boom, the black gold rod in the monkey siblings' hands swept out and smashed toward the flowing light snail. On the other side, Qi Lingkong, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao were also using their physical strength to fight with the Yulan race's experts. Chapter 1204. On this side, some of Chufeng's divine abilities couldn't be used anymore. He did everything he could to fight in close combat. His fist imprints were like rainbows, overflowing with golden light as they continuously bombarded Jean Lin. At this moment, Jean Lin also threw caution to the wind. She no longer cared about her graceful posture. She unfolded her scarlet wings and soared into the sky, continuously colliding in a suicidal manner. For example, in this fierce battle, scarlet light surged around her body. Her wings were like the sunset glow. With a slight flap, she flew backward toward a large mountain with a boom. Chufeng let out a muffled groan. His back smashed into the rocky mountain form from the Yin Mountain and river diagram treasure, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The activity of Jean Lin's cells increased rapidly. All the symbols in her blood appeared and resonated. The Qilin flames became increasingly resplendent as they burned her opponent. However, Chu Feng naturally wasn't a pushover either. He lay prone on her back and suddenly stretched out his hands through her scarlet wings. He wanted to lock onto Jean Lin's neck and strangle her elegant, snow-white neck. Jean Lin wouldn't give him this chance. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. She flipped in the air and smashed into the mountains formed from magical treasures. In the end, the two of them smashed into the ground together. With a rumble, they smashed into the rocky ground together. Smoke and dust soared into the sky as a huge crater appeared. This ground was really too hard. Even with Chu Feng's iron bones, golden body, and monarch blood boiling, he still found it a bit difficult to endure. The entire small world was formed from a mountain and river diagram treasure. It was truly tough. It was difficult for flesh and blood to gain an advantage when facing it head-on. Chu Feng's mouth and nose were bleeding. The most important thing was that his entire body was being burned by the Qilin flames. The pain was unbearable, and his clothes were even more so reduced to ashes. If not for the secret armor covering his vital areas, then he really would have to run around completely naked, just like the monkey's rotten idea. Even so, Jean Lin still let out a shriek. She felt that her eyes were burning. She was ashamed and resentful. This damn bastard. His arms and legs were completely bare. Moreover, he was still entangled with her like this. Jean Lin's tossing and turning became even more intense. She charged high into the sky and crashed into the mountains and the thick, rocky ground. Chu Feng let out a series of muffled groans. The two of them were engaged in a suicidal battle. Not only was Chu Feng suffering from such heavy injuries, but Jean Lin was also suffering. Sometimes, Chu Feng forcefully moved her body, and at the last moment, he used her to hit the mountain. Sometimes he was like a comet streaking across the sky, crashing into the earth. Not long after, they were all covered in blood, and their bones were cracked. In addition, Chu Feng tore off a portion of her blood-colored wings. The Qilin feathers fell, accompanied by a rain of blood and sparkling scarlet feathers that filled the sky. In addition, he locked Jean Lin's snow-white and exquisite neck and suddenly exerted force. His golden right hand shone with dazzling brilliance as he wanted to twist and break her swan-like neck. Jean Lin let out a muffled groan. Even someone as tough as a mutated Qilin would find it hard to endure a fatal chokehold at such a close distance. With a boom, golden scales appeared on part of her body. Moreover, they were rustling and trembling. As the scales opened and closed, they pricked Chu Feng's hand until it hurt. Blood flowed out from his fingers. Of course, there was also a terrifying wound on Jean Lin's neck from which her own blood dripped. Boom! Lightning erupted. After Chu Feng locked her in place, he did his best to activate the lightning. In the end, he discovered that some divine abilities and secret techniques were useless. They could only evaporate the blood that flowed out of his body. Boom! After Jean Lin transformed into a portion of the mutated Qilin's characteristics, her physical body became even more tyrannical. After all, she was a quasi-saint and was an entire realm higher. She was extremely terrifying. She had broken free from her predicament. This race was on par with the true dragons and was known as one of the races with the strongest physical bodies in the world. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long since been torn to shreds by her. She could easily crush them in a battle of physical strength. Chu Feng was already strong enough. Facing such a mutated Qilin, in addition to the fact that the other party was a top-notch expert among the quasi-saints and one of the few people who stood at the peak of that domain, Chu Feng being able to kill his way to this stage was enough to shock all the races and make the quasi-saints shudder with fear. Boom! Jean Lin didn't care about the torn parts of her scarlet wings and the flowing blood. She raised her head with all her might and rammed backwards. A pair of Qilin horns erupted. They were snow-white and sparkling. They were very beautiful, but also extremely dangerous. Mother asterisk her, what's so great about having bone hyperplasia on your head? I'm invincible, cried Chu Feng. He used both hands to block and finally grabbed hold of this pair of Qilin horns. He pulled with all his might, wanting to break them off. Jean Lin was both shocked and furious. She didn't manage to ram into the other party and instead had her sensitive Qilin horns caressed. This made her feel indescribably ashamed and resentful. Golden light surged from her body as she did her best to resist. The two fought a life and death battle. They fiercely resisted and were still entangled, but Jean Lin finally broke free from the shackles on Chu Feng's legs and regained her freedom. Moreover, in the end, it was even Jean Lin who turned the tables on him. Her slender arms strangled Chu Feng's neck in reverse. Meanwhile, her knees rammed fiercely into Chu Feng's chest and erupted with golden light. Golden scales appeared on her knees, and clanging sounds rang out like fine blades slashing across. Blood dripped from Chu Feng's chest as he rammed his head into her lower abdomen. Jean Lin let out a muffled groan and fell back. She was temporarily separated from him while coughing up blood. At this stage, outsiders found it hard to believe that the elegant and noble young lady of the mutated Qilin race was actually entangled and fighting with someone like this. The main reason was because the monkey had used the Yin-Yang Mountain River diagram to imprison divine abilities and secret arts. Kill! The two of them shouted softly and confronted each other again. Their fists were like rainbows and they were like lightning. Torrential energy surged as their scarlet wings flapped. They were practically about to snap the surrounding mountain peaks and send them flying. Jean Lin was incomparably furious. As a well-known figure among the quasi-saints, one of the top characters in a mutated Qilin race, she actually couldn't take down Chowda. She was convinced that if it were any other quasi-saint, they would have long since been killed by Chowda. She absolutely believed that this so-called Brother Gung was a swindler. He was clearly cunning and repulsive. He wasn't the kind of boorish fellow who would light up a fire. Monkey, you've miscalculated. This woman has a head of bronze and arms of steel. Her skin is so thick that even Wolf Tooth Club can't move her. Several wolf tooth spikes have broken when they hit her face, shouted Chu Feng. Jean Lin was so angry that her face turned pale after hearing this, and her eyes were spewing fire. This damned scoundrel actually said such things about her. How shameful and hateful. Rumble. She went all out, and in the end, she began to wrestle with Chu Feng. The two of them rolled all over the mountainous region. One moment, Chu Feng was riding on her, and the next moment, she was pressing Chu Feng to the ground. Her fists erupted like the sun, exploding. It seemed ambiguous, but every strike caused blood to splatter. Chu Feng cursed his bad luck inwardly. He had originally wanted to agitate her, so that she wouldn't be calm, but in the end, her fighting spirit erupted instead. Mount, submit! Shouted Chu Feng. He sat on her and blasted down punch after punch. It was rare for him to suppress Jean Lin for a short period of time, so he attacked with all his might. It didn't matter if it was her bright red lips, her sharp nose, or her beautiful eyes that were spewing fire. The golden fist directly smashed down. For a moment, Jean Lin's face was bruised and swollen. Blood flowed from her 7 apertures, and cracks appeared on her bones. But very soon, light flashed, and she revealed her fresh and snow-white face again. Her Qilin blood was astonishing, and her recovery ability was too strong. Boom! In the end, Chu Feng rammed his head into her forehead. This made Jean Lin's vision turn black, and a slight crack appeared on her skull. She felt dizzy and almost fainted. Of course, after this attack, Chu Feng himself also felt the world spinning, and he almost fell on top of her. So what if you're Qilin? Is your skin so thick? If I become a quasi-sage, I'll be even tougher than you, he shouted. He grabbed Jean Lin's long golden hair that was like sunlight and slammed her into the ground with all his might, crashing into the huge rocks formed from the mountain and river diagram. Jean Lin was incomparably furious. What did he mean by thick skin? How was she like this? Of course, what made her the most angry and intolerable was that this bastard was riding on top of her and killing her. This made her go crazy. Boom! Finally, golden light flared up and the Qilin blood in her body surpassed its usual activity. She was activated beyond her normal state and flipped over Chu Feng, pressing him down. Then, the wings on her back spread out and she flew at top speed while holding Chu Feng close to the ground. She crashed into Mount Meru at the center of this small world. Boom! Mountain rocks flew everywhere and the earth quaked and mountains swayed. Chu Feng cursed. This fierce girl was too abnormal and made him spurt blood from his nose and mouth. He really couldn't endure this kind of collision. Are you streaking? He prodded her further. At this point in the battle, most of Jean Lin's clothes had disappeared. They had been turned to ashes by her Qilin flames. Only her chest and other important parts were covered by the delicate golden armor, preventing her from revealing too much. However, her slender legs and jade-like arms were all exposed. It was unavoidable that they would come into contact and tangle with Chu Feng while fighting and killing. Are you trying to seduce me? You really made my nose bleed. Do you eat papayas every day? Are you so broad-minded? Chu Feng had an extremely hateful appearance as he purposely mocked her, hoping to make her lose control. He would then find an opportunity to counterattack and suppress the mutated Qilin girl. Bastard, go to hell, Jean Lin said angrily. Her golden hair danced in the wind, and a red rhombus imprint appeared between her brows, making her even more beautiful. Unfortunately, the imprint on her forehead couldn't shoot out divine light and couldn't use some shocking secret technique to kill the enemy. She felt that Chowda was too hateful and despicable. He was clearly the one who was bleeding from his nose and mouth, yet he was so shameless as to say that it was caused by seduction. Boom! Chu Feng finally took advantage of her intense emotional fluctuations to flip over. After a fierce attack, he wrapped his arms around her snow-white neck and twisted it with all his might in an attempt to kill her. I'm regretting it, the monkey shouted in the distance. He was indeed regretting it. The two siblings had also encountered great trouble. They thought that this so-called flowing light snail should have a very soft body apart from its shell. If they found an opportunity, they could directly kill it. In the end, the flowing light snail roared in a low and muffled voice. Damned monkey, do you really think my body is so easy to bully? I'm a mutated silver-colored flowing light snail. My body is the strongest. Haha, monkey, you've been tricked. He was naturally incomparably valiant and surpassed the other quasi-sages by a large margin. Even the disciples of the top-notch orthodoxies couldn't hope to catch up to him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to make it onto that list. Monkeys, go to hell. His body was in pain for being beaten by the two black metal rods. That was why he was so angry and bellowed. Everyone's divine abilities and secret techniques couldn't be used at this moment. They could only fight with their bodies. It had to be said that this flowing light snail was too terrifying. Apart from its hard shell, its body was actually very rough and tough. It was suffused with white light, as if it was cast from silver. In addition, the antennae on its head weren't ordinary snail antennae. Instead, it was a pair of real coarse horns. At this moment, the monkey let out a strange cry, and his face turned green. He had the urge to curse out loud. Am I fighting a snail, or a primordial bull demon king with a turtle shell on its back? Damn it! The monkey was infuriated. He felt that he had miscalculated and had shot himself in the foot. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood and injuries. The thunder god's mouth had been beaten crooked by the demonic bull, and the corners of his eyes were tattered and bleeding. Mi-Ching was also badly injured. Her white robes were stained with blood, and her hair was disheveled. Her beautiful face had turned purple and was even stained with blood. However, her eyes were filled with unswerving determination. Monkey, don't be anxious. Don't panic. Watch me subdue the strongest mount in history. I'll go and support you guys immediately. Chu Feng shouted from afar. Damn, Chowda, you're fighting with your butt naked. How shameless. You're really going to run around naked. The monkey cried out and then said indignantly, I'm really unlucky to have encountered a crude and perverted snail. I wanted to run around naked, but I couldn't even use my beauty trick. Get out of my sight. Chu Feng was furious. How was he running around naked? There was still a portion of his sturdy armor that hadn't been broken. In other words, his upper body was bare. Of course, he and Jean Lin were indeed revealing large amounts of skin. "Mount, surrender!" Chu Feng roared. No matter what, he first encouraged himself mentally. After suppressing his opponent, he went all out and locked down Jean Lin, who was in a state of disheveled clothing and revealing large areas of her snow-white skin. "Are you convinced?" he shouted. Jean Lin was furious. She hadn't even been defeated yet this fellow was so shameless. He actually wanted her to lower her head. Was this really a spiritual victory method? How preposterous! Of course, she felt that this fellow was indeed shameless and extremely disgraceful. This time, he actually head-butted her chest, causing her body to tremble violently. She almost fell to the ground amidst the intense pain. Go to hell! Chapter 1205. Amidst the shouting, the two of them attacked at the same time. Dazzling energy splendor appeared on their bodies, forming protective divine rings. They were like two resplendent suns rising up, and then they suddenly collided. This time, the two of them felt their vision darken. This was a collision of physical bodies, a competition of essence, energy, and spirit. The two of them let out muffled groans, both bleeding from their 7 apertures as they staggered back. Their bodies swayed, and they almost fell to the ground several times. But in the end, the two of them charged at each other again with bloodshot eyes. Jean Lin screamed, wishing she could immediately tear apart this man who was disrespectful to her and was entangled with her. Her head of golden hair danced chaotically, and her snow-white skin shone. Her voice was sharp, causing many rocks in the surroundings to explode. In the end, her voice became a bit low and even more terrifying. It was like thunder, causing the nearby cliffs to crack, and large areas of the cliffs exploded. This was truly a terrifying shockwave. Rumble. When she approached Chu Feng, something even more terrifying happened. Her entire body was golden, and her figure became larger. She was covered in a layer of densely packed scales, as if she was cast from gold. Jean Lin's form completely changed. She revealed her true form, becoming a golden qilin. Her entire body was covered in fine golden scales, and rays of light overflowed. She was like an ancestral qilin beast that walked out from prehistoric legends. She was a variant. Her dark green eyes shone, and there was a pair of blood-colored wings on both sides of her body. They erupted with scarlet multicolored light, and radiance overflowed into the heavens. In the legends, the qilin great ancestor had fought in a certain prehistoric forbidden land, fighting until several provinces had sunk in. He had killed too many people, and thus mutated, growing blood wings that represented endless slaughter. Roar! Such a loud roar shook Chu Feng to the point of dizziness. One had to bear in mind that the surrounding cliffs were all exploding. All the rocks floated up, and then they rapidly turned into fine powder. One could well imagine how astonishing and terrifying the power of this roar was. Normally speaking, an ordinary golden Arhut-level cultivator's body would collapse, and they would die miserably on the spot. Chu Feng staggered, but he was scared inwardly. After this woman rushed forward, she suddenly revealed her true form, and such a barbaric attack was unavoidable. Who didn't know that the qilin race's fleshly body was the strongest under the heavens? Only a few races could compare with them. The sparkling horns on the qilin's head were snow-white like jade, but they also flickered with cold light. Those dark green eyes were incomparably cold, carrying endless killing intent. Meanwhile, golden scales swirled with brilliance, as if golden flames were burning. Her 4 legs were taut, trampling the ground as she angrily rushed over. All of this gave off an unparalleled sense of oppression. Bang! Chu Feng couldn't dodge, so he used his ultimate fist. His entire body shone with golden light, like a golden sun that was about to explode. In addition, there was a faint layer of bloody light on the surface of his body. This was the profound meaning of this fist. Apart from being extremely powerful, It could also draw in the blood of all living creatures. Rumble. In an instant, the golden blood within Chu Feng's body was also activated. It was accompanied by a portion of the azure color, but under the cover of the ultimate fist golden light, it wasn't all that special. This was the toughest clash between the two. With a boom, Chu Feng felt intense pain in his chest as two bloody holes appeared. The main reason was that the other party's Qilin horn was too hard, and there was no way to evade at such a close distance. He was almost lifted up by the Qilin horn, but his own fist imprint had also struck out and blasted the Qilin's forehead. It was a powerful and decisive attack. Golden scales flew out, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, and Qilin blood splattered in all directions. Chu Feng and Jin Lin both let out muffled groans. They were both sent flying by the terrifying impact and fell to the ground, finding it somewhat difficult to get up. "You're actually a monster," Chu Feng provoked her. But now, he felt that his speech was unclear. The main reason was that he was dizzy from the impact, and his vision was blurry. In addition, there were two bloody holes in his chest that injured his internal organs and caused blood to surge. Although he had closed the wounds immediately and used lightning to evaporate the blood, he frowned even more because two of his sternum had been broken. Jin Lin's Qilin horn was the hardest part of her body. Moreover, she was a quasi-saint, so she had given him a terrifying attack. However, Jin Lin's condition was also very bad. Her frontal bone had split open, and Chu Feng's ultimate fist had almost pierced through it. If that happened, the Qilin would die. They charged at each other again, but Chu Feng had evaded her horns. He was at a disadvantage in the golden body domain if he fought head-on in such a barbaric manner. Jin Lin's body swayed. After being struck in the frontal bone, the impact on her was too great. Even now, her vision was still black, and she was seeing stars. She didn't even hear Chu Feng's words of provocation. Chu Feng was astonished. Although his sternum was broken and his chest had been pierced through with two terrifying bloody holes, this kind of injury was worth it. In exchange, the other party was temporarily stunned. Boom! He rushed over and landed several more punches on the Qilin's head with great strength. As a result, the mutated Qilin went berserk and chased after him with scarlet eyes. With a boom, a mountain wall was smashed open and a short hill exploded. One had to know that this was the Yin-Yang Mountain River diagram, and the mountains were all formed from magic treasures. Whoosh! Chu Feng rushed over and grabbed the Qilin's tail. Then, he began to swing it violently. This caused the somewhat muddle-headed Jin Lin to wake up slightly, but she was still dizzy. She shook her head violently. She immediately screamed. Someone had actually lifted her tail and swung it violently. This kind of attitude, this kind of behavior, made her too ashamed and resentful. Boom! After Chu Feng swung her up, he fiercely smashed her into a stone mountain. Immediately, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Rocks tumbled, golden scales danced in the air, and blood splattered in all directions. At the same time, there was a bang. Chu Feng suffered a heavy blow. Jin Lin's hind leg stomped down, causing him to let out a muffled groan and spit out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. This wasn't a light blow. He felt as if his internal organs had almost been coughed out from his mouth. Of course, Jin Lin's injuries were even more serious. Her body violently collided with a magic treasure mountain. Her entire body was in pain, and one of her snow-white horns was damaged. Her head was covered in blood. She screamed. However, before she could stand up, Chu Feng rushed over again and once again grabbed her golden Qilin tail. He swung it again and smashed it outwards. This time, Chu Feng was especially cautious, fearing that he would suffer another hoof. Jin Lin was driven mad. She discovered that her body's reactions had become sluggish, mainly because she had been struck. Her head was dizzy, and after her frontal bone was cracked by Chu Feng, the effects on her were too great. The sharpness of her divine senses had dropped sharply. Otherwise, how could the other party have grabbed her Qilin tail again and swung her around? In the distance, the monkey was stunned. Then, he was extremely envious. That Chowda's battle accomplishments were too glorious. He had actually swung Jean Lin around and smashed her. On the other hand, the two siblings were too unlucky. How could they have encountered a snail? It was simply a peerless bull demon. Moreover, it was a strengthened version with a protective shell. It was like a dead tortoise that couldn't be moved even when hit. This made the monkey gnash his teeth in hatred. This time, he had truly miscalculated. At this time, the monkey was covered in blood. There were several bloody holes on his body, all of which had been pierced by the flowing light snail's horn. He continuously cursed. It was supposed to be a horn, but after the snail had mutated, it had turned into a thick horn. It made him howl in anguish as he was struck several times. There was a bloody hole on his left buttocks. Damn your grandpa! What flowing light snail! Your father must have been cuckolded. You should be the descendant of a barbaric bull. Moo, I'll beat you to death. The flowing light snail's nose was spewing flames. The monkey's little sister, Mi Ching, was also covered in blood. One of her arms had drooped down and couldn't move anymore. She could only hold a large stick with one hand. Chow, come over and help. Can't you see that my little sister is covered in blood? The monkey shouted. In truth, he himself couldn't bear it. His little sister's injuries were a bit lighter than his. With a crack, Mi Ching reconnected her dislocated arm. However, it was true that two of her ribs were broken. Get out of the way, shouted Chu Feng. He grabbed Jean Lin's golden tail and ran over. Not bad. Divine power. Holding a Qilin upside down. Amazing. The monkey cried out in envy. Chao had passed this battle. Whether he won or lost, this kind of achievement was enough to stun a large number of people. On the other hand, he was beaten black and blue. Some of his bones were broken, and there were several bloody holes in his body. Of course, it was also because he took the initiative to act as a meat shield. He couldn't let his little sister be pierced by that thick horn, right? It was he who blocked in front of her several times. Boom! Chu Feng rushed over. He raised the golden Qilin and smashed it at the flowing light snail, using it as a weapon. At this time, the flowing light snail's eyes were red from killing, and it was almost going berserk. That was because once it was like a raging bull, its blood would burn and it would enter a state of madness. Its reaction was slightly slower and couldn't dodge in time. It was smashed by the Qilin's body and immediately let out a muffled groan. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Other than his bull's roar, the monkey was also crying out miserably. He didn't dodge in time. When Chu Feng smashed Jean Lin over, his tail couldn't avoid it in time and was caught between the flowing light snail and the golden Qilin. At this moment, the monkey jumped 13 times on the spot and then jumped in circles. His tail was badly mutilated, and he was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth and tears were about to flow out. F***CK, you really hit your own people when you're crazy? Shouted the monkey. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He couldn't stand the pain. Half of his tail was about to break. It was too painful. Mi Ching hurried over and helped him treat the wound. I already said to get out of the way. Didn't you hear me? Quick, get out of the way again, shouted Chu Feng. He swung Jean Lin, who was dizzy and had blacked out from being smashed again and again, rushed up and fought fiercely with the flowing light snail. The monkey had a lingering fear and quickly jumped away. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The Qilin's body smashed into the flowing light snail's body. Even his tough shell couldn't take it. Gotcha! This was especially true when Chu Feng attacked continuously. There was one time when Jean Lin's Qilin horn collided with the flowing light snail. His shell was penetrated and blood flowed out. The flowing light snail was also dodging, but Chu Feng was like a crazy demon. He activated his human monarch blood and attacked crazily while Jean Lin was dizzy. After activating his human monarch body, his speed was raised to the limit. Even the flowing light snail couldn't take this barbaric attack. His physical body couldn't compare to the Qilin race. Many bloody holes appeared on his body, and his shell had collapsed. I'll fight, I'll fight, I'll fight. The monkey shouted and rushed forward with his black goldenrod. Together with his sister, they attacked the flowing light snail and blocked his path of retreat. After fighting 3 against 1, the situation reversed. The flowing light snail cried out miserably and was covered in blood. Most importantly, his protective shell had been smashed, and his horn was finally smashed by the monkey siblings with their black gold rods. Jean Lin shook her head to clear her mind. After sensing the current situation, her vision went dark, and she almost fainted again. Her position was too embarrassing, and she wanted nothing more than to smash herself to death. The flowing light snail was defeated and couldn't hold on for much longer. Over here, we also need reinforcements, Peng Wanli shouted. His body was covered in blood, and he looked miserable. Who knew how many feathers he had lost? Are you guys okay? Chu Feng asked the monkey. What do you think? The monkey said gloomily. He was incomparably resentful. He didn't even dare to swing his tail for fear of breaking it. We're fine here, Mi Qing said. Right now, they had beaten the flowing light snail to the point of collapse. His body was covered in blood and mucus. He couldn't retaliate at all. Chu Feng carried Jean Lin and rushed to another part of the battlefield. Chapter 1206. Hold on, I'm coming, shouted Chu Feng. This place was a bit far from the other battlefield. At this point, the three battlefields had all been separated. At this time, Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, and Qi Lingkong were in a miserable state. They were covered in blood and on the verge of collapse. At this time, Peng Wanli had transformed into his true form. The feathers on his body had withered, and his originally golden body had been dyed red. Moreover, there were parts of his body that were almost completely bare. If this continued, he wouldn't look like a Peng anymore. He would look more like a fallen chicken. The main reason was because the opponent had exceeded their expectations. His body was unimaginably tough. They had been tricked by a monkey. From what they knew, the Yulan race was a plant and would be very weak after transforming into a human. As long as one could tear off its key parts, such as its main stem, it would lose its combat strength. However, the reality made them flabbergasted. This was a green gold Yulan. It was originally from the Yulan race, but it had been born at the edge of a rare metal mine. During its growth, it had absorbed large amounts of divine metal essence, causing its body to become incomparably powerful. Although it was still a plant, it had the powerful divine metal attribute. Its body was almost indestructible. That was why Peng Wanli and the others were in a miserable state. They had originally wanted to rely on their physical bodies to kill this plant-type opponent, but they had never expected to be suppressed instead. They had encountered a quasi-sage monster with an extremely powerful body. Peng Wanli was a true Peng race member. His true form was enough to blast through the earth. His golden feathers were surging with energy, illuminating the entire sky. Regardless of whether it was the pair of wings or the golden claws, they could all tear apart a mountaintop. His attack power was extremely powerful, but when it landed on the emerald gold orchid's body, it only produced clanging sounds. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal rang out incessantly. He couldn't do anything to the green gold Yulan. On the contrary, its true form, which was glowing with a green light, slashed at his body. There were also sparkling and resplendent flying swords that almost cut off his head several times. These flying swords and blades were part of the green gold Yulan's body. They were formed from its roots and leaves. As for Xiao Yao, his hair was disheveled, his chest, arms, and other parts of his body had wounds that were so deep that bones could be seen. One of his arms had almost been chopped off and was dripping with blood. He did his best to unleash the Dao race's fist imprint to its limits. However, he was still somewhat helpless against a green gold body monster that was separated by a major realm. Qi Lingkong was also in an extremely miserable state. Blood flowed out from one of his wings, almost separating from his body. That was a terrifying laceration. He was a strange, desolate crane that didn't have feathers, entire body covered in scarlet scales. His body was originally sturdy, flesh incomparably powerful, but many of the scales on his body had fallen off, so it was difficult for him to effectively injure the other party. His crane-formed fist was like a crane's beak. Although it pierced through the opponent's body, the metallic luster flickered and the green gold orchid recovered. Monkey, you're a heavenly pit. Peng Wanli roared in anger. This time, every member of Monkey's group was very unique. The teammates they found were all known for their powerful bodies. Regardless of whether it was the six-eared macaque, Peng race, Dao race, or the scarlet-scaled, strange, desolate crane, they were all the embodiment of peerlessly powerful bodies. As for Chu Feng, there was even less of a need to talk about him. He had previously seized Monkey's wolf-tooth club, killing him until he was fleeing in all directions. That was why Monkey had formulated this kind of strategy, using the Yin-Yang Mountain River diagram to lock down this world, restricting the display of divine abilities. In their research, apart from Jinlin, if the flowing light snail abandoned its shell, its flesh would be extremely weak. Meanwhile, the Yulan race's body was even softer. As long as it was pierced through, it would be fatal. But who would have expected that they would directly step on a mine? That flowing light snail was like a bull demon, its physical body powerful to a freakish degree. Meanwhile, this Yulan race expert had absorbed large amounts of green gold essence. He was simply ridiculously powerful. That was why in the end, they kicked an iron plate and fell into a huge pit. It was incomparably miserable. If it wasn't for Chu Feng going crazy at the last moment, they reckon they would have suffered a tragedy and would have been tricked to death by Monkey. Ayo! The golden-winged Peng flapped its wings. Hundreds and thousands of feathers turned into densely packed arrows. Golden light overflowed into the sky as they swooped down to kill the quasi-sage of the green-gold Yulan race. This was also the main reason why his body was almost bald and about to become a stray chicken. He had no choice but to do this in order to resist the powerful enemy. Dang, dang, dang. The green-gold Yulan's entire body shone. All kinds of long blades and flying swords revolved around its body, sending many golden Peng feathers flying or cutting them apart. At the same time, its body was very hard. After being hit by the arrows, it only caved in and didn't penetrate through. Qi Linkong let out a long cry. He was also in his original form as he swooped down from the sky. The crane's beak shone as it pierced down like a spear. However, 6 or 7 leaves appeared beside the green-gold Yulan and combined together to form a giant green-gold shield. Then, it suddenly smashed into the sky. Qi Linkong let out a mournful cry. Even though he had evaded in time, part of his body was still struck. His red scales fell off, and his entire body was covered in blood. Even some of his bones were fractured. Dang! On the other side, the spear in Xiao Yao's right hand had been cut apart. The fist imprint on his left hand had dimmed, and his finger bones were fractured. This little grandpa is coming. Hand over your life, you lush green fellow. Chu Feng carried Jinlin and crossed over 100 meters with each step. He finally arrived with the golden qilin in hand and directly smashed forward. He was using brute force to defeat everything. It was simple and violent. He lifted up the mutated qilin that was as large as a small mountain and directly smashed it. Other weapons were useless. Blades, swords, and spears would all be cut apart by the green-gold Yulan. Only such a tyrannical weapon with the power of Mount Tai could pose a certain threat to the green-gold Yulan. As expected, his expression changed, and he quickly evaded. With a boom, Chu Feng smashed Jinlin into the ground. This caused the young miss of the Qilin race to let out a muffled groan. Her vision darkened, and her consciousness became increasingly blurry. Jinlin was too miserable in this battle. After losing the initiative, one wrong step after another led to her being captured and becoming someone else's weapon. Qi, the green flying knife, rushed over with great speed and almost slashed at Chu Feng's neck. It wanted to behead him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of white light formed from essence energy. It immediately knocked the flying knife away. Then, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around him. Although his divine abilities and secret arts were restricted, it was still possible to bluff people. He mainly used his domain methods in secret. This stretch of mountains and rivers was formed from magical treasures. Some areas didn't lack magnetic materials, especially this place where there was a profound magnet mountain. Now, it was being used by Chu Feng. Even your head is oily green. Come over and accept your death, shouted Chu Feng. He rushed forward once again with the golden qilin in hand. This time, the other party was ruthless. He directly activated the leaves, roots, and all kinds of long knives, flying swords, and spears. All of them erupted with brilliance and flew over with quasi-sage level fluctuations. Rumble. The whole stretch of mountains and rivers was trembling. That was Chu Feng borrowing the power of geomagnetism. All kinds of profound magnet rays interweaved like lightning. Watch my thunderous fist. I'm the master of heavenly tribulation. I control the world's punishments and judge criminals, shouted Chu Feng. He used the lightning fist as a cover, and then there was a riot. All kinds of lightning danced about, and profound magnet arcs interweaved. Perhaps it didn't affect living things too much. But at this moment, those metal weapons, long knives, and flying sword were all sucked in. Chu Feng used the brilliant, profound magnet rays to collect them amidst tinkling sounds. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, this was done with lightning. Lorda is here to ask the world, who can fight against me? Who can fight against me? Shouted Chu Feng. He was showing off there, but he didn't stop. His speed was too fast. He rushed over with Jinlin in hand and smashed the emerald orchid. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the sound were loud. The emerald orchid's heart trembled. Many of its roots, stems, and leaves had turned into flying swords and long knives. They left its body and were sucked in by the profound magnet. This caused its strength to drop. Its speed had also slowed down, and its physical body wasn't as strong because it lacked the defense of those stems and leaves. As a result, after Chu Feng rushed over, it became somewhat passive. It charged left and right, and its body was smashed several times. Its entire body was deformed like metal. In the end, it coughed up large mouthfuls of green blood accompanied by metal fragments. Its spirit was dispirited and listless. This caused Peng Wanli and the others to be dumbfounded. This Chowder was too freakish. He had subdued the most powerful and troublesome enemy just by charging over. When they heard his cocky words just now, their mouths twitched, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. In the end, he really swept through this great enemy. Lord Da is here. Who dares fight against me? Chu Feng continued to shout. Let's go as well. Otherwise, if we let him suppress the emerald orchid alone, who knows how cocky that fellow will be, shouted Peng Wanli. Makes sense. Then, the three of them charged over together. Io, what the F asterisk CK? Chow, who are you hitting? My bones are broken. The three of them cried out, roaring angrily. They were all sent flying, their bodies in incomparable pain. That was because after Chowda raised the golden qilin, he didn't recognize anyone. He accidentally sent the golden-winged great Peng flying, causing half his body to be in intense pain. His initial estimation was that 2 more bones were broken. It was the same for Xiao Yao, who was sent flying. The most miserable was Qi Linkong. As soon as he charged over, he encountered the same problem as the monkey. He was sandwiched between the qilin weapon in Chu Feng's hands and the emerald orchid. One of his wings was badly mutilated, unable to flap at all. He staggered backwards. Sorry, why did you guys suddenly charge in? Why did you take the initiative to charge into my attack range? Chu Feng asked guiltily. Chow, you really are crazy. You're even hitting your own people. Why you? I'm going to die from anger. The three of them were so angry that their noses were crooked. They had been fighting with the emerald orchid until now. But in the end, when Chowder arrived, he directly smashed all of their bones, smashing them to the ground. Blood sprayed out from their mouths and noses. It was truly preposterous. Boom. Dang. The final moment arrived. Chu Feng carried Jinlin and smashed the emerald orchid onto the ground. It continuously spat out metal fragments, green blood covering the ground. It couldn't hold on anymore. Stop, I concede. The emerald orchid surrendered and took the initiative to admit defeat. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death. Tie him up. Chu Feng personally tied him and Jinlin up firmly with the spirit-binding cord. On the other side of the battlefield, the six-eared macaque siblings had finally finished their battle. They had severely injured the flowing light snail, causing it to fall unconscious on the ground. Then, the two of them also fell stiffly there, not wanting to move. In the end, it was still Chu Feng who tied up the flowing light snail and threw the three quasi-saints together. He sat on the golden shilin and looked at the other people who had fallen in disorder. He was the only one who hadn't fallen while sitting on a captive that was as tall as a small mountain. At this moment, countless people had already gathered in the outside world of this area. There were a large number of golden Arhut-level evolvers, and there were also many quasi-saints. They actually used the Yin-Yang Mountain River diagram. Is this a decisive battle or an ambush? Someone was astonished. I just received news that someone saw the six-eared macaque, Chowda, and the others coming over here. Jean Lin and the others also passed by here. It's most likely that there was a conflict between the two sides. Why did it have to be like this? Is there a need to guess? It's probably the six-eared macaque, Chowda, and the others. They want to get on that list and issue the final challenge to the quasi-saints. However, I reckon that they will fail and even die. At the very least, that Chowda will most likely be killed. After all, he had already angered Jean Lin and the others. Golden Arhats challenging the best of the quasi-saints. They're courting death. There was a lot of discussion among the people as they looked at the mountain river diagram that was floating in midair and radiating brilliance. At this moment, a few divine kings who were in charge of managing this area appeared. They decided to break this diagram and release the people inside. They were really afraid that the golden Arhats would be crippled and killed. I hope that Chowda, six-eared macaque, and the others can stay alive. An old man sighed. The six-eared macaque and the others must have been severely injured, but they should be fine. Given the families behind them, Jean Lin and the others won't go so far as to kill them. Only that Chowda most likely won't survive. Even the divine kings didn't think that it was possible for the golden Arhats to challenge the quasi-saints to complete such a difficult task. That's good too. This can also be considered a lesson for them, lest they overestimate themselves. Chapter 12:07. Monkey, are you trying to cheat us? This damnable mountain and river diagram is just giving aid to our enemies and restricting us. Peng Wanli laid on the ground, unable to move. His entire body was bare, and he had no image left at all. Normally, his golden feathers would be resplendent, and he would float in the air like a resplendent sun. But now, his body was covered in blood, and he didn't have many feathers left. If they added some fire, they could directly turn him into a roast duck. On the other side, Xiao Yao was the same. His bones were broken, and he lay there, not wanting to move at all. As for Monkey, he directly laid on the ground with his but facing upwards because his tail was smashed into a bloody mess by Chu Feng and was almost broken into 3 pieces. Even now, he was still groaning and gritting his teeth. How would I know that their trump card is related to their physical bodies? Damn, I sent people to investigate very clearly and almost used the honey trap, but I actually didn't manage to find out such a secret. Monkey flew into a rage out of humiliation. This time around, his mistake had almost caused a group of people to perish here. One could imagine that if they were really captured by Jean Lin and the others, they would most probably have a layer of skin peeled off. Given Jean Lin's personality, how would she let them off so easily? It hurts so much. Sister, do you have any more medicine? Monkey shouted. He felt that his tail was about to break. Naturally, he shouted like this to change the topic. After all, there was a huge problem with the strategy he came up with. Chowda, damn you. I'm the Monkey King. If I lose my tail, let me tell you, I'll fight you to the death. Monkey shouted. Upon speaking of this, Peng Wanli also became agitated. Several of his bones had been broken by Chowda. He was really too beastly, so crude and barbaric that it made people's hair stand on end. Chow, you really even beat up your own people? The rumors outside weren't wrong. You pervert. Xiao Yao cursed. Qi Lingkong rolled his eyes and glared at Chu Feng. He was also infuriated. After all, one of his wings was smashed until it was dripping with blood. White bones could be seen everywhere. He himself felt dizzy just looking at it. The few of them complained, saying that they were all beaten up by Chowda and that the injuries they suffered were even more serious than those caused by their enemies. Chu Feng had a guilty conscience. He first expressed his apologies, but in the end, he said stubbornly, "Who said I beat all of you? At the very least, little sister Meeching didn't. I didn't touch her. Chow, you were really selective. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Peng Wanli was even more dissatisfied. It was unfair. He was already in such a miserable state, but he was still beaten up by Chowda. He was truly filled with anger. As for Monkey, he bared his teeth. The God of Thunder's mouth flashed with a cold light. With a gloomy face, he warned, "Chowda, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to have any ideas about my sister now. I gave you a chance earlier, but you missed it. I have a good relationship with little sister Meeching, so it's none of your business." Chu Feng said, not the slightest bit afraid of him. When a monkey heard this, he gritted his teeth and had a faint look in his eyes. He had never seen such an arrogant person. He wanted to woo his sister? He actually dared to say such words to his face. He was too despicable and too shameful. No matter what, even if the other party succeeded in his pursuit, he was still in existence like his brother-in-law. Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, and Qi Lingkong were all speechless. How arrogant! This Chowda was truly fierce, saying such words to the monkey's face and provoking him like this. Was this really good? Meeching smiled sweetly. Even though she had the same mother as the monkey, they were completely different. She was born with a human body, youthful and beautiful. This was a bloodline inheritance. The six-eared macaque bloodline had always been like this for so many years. There were two forms, and she belonged to the human race. Right now, even though her white clothes were dyed in blood, she still gave off an exceptional feeling. Her large eyes were clear, beautiful, and otherworldly. However, she was also heavily injured. She fell to the ground and didn't have any strength left. Chu Feng hurriedly jumped off the golden Qilin. He was extremely enthusiastic and directly went to support Meeching. As a result, the God of Thunder opened his mouth wide and roared continuously, trying to intimidate and threaten him. In the end, Chu Feng didn't pay him any attention. He arrogantly ignored this brother-in-law level existence and continued to walk forward. At the crucial moment, it was still Meeching who took care of her brother's emotions. She tactfully declined Chu Feng, saying that she was fine. "Monkey, when will this mountain-river diagram be unsealed on its own?" Xiao Yao asked. "I reckon it will be soon." The monkey said. In reality, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound rang out. The entire mountain-river diagram became dim. Then, it quickly shrunk and turned into a picture scroll. It no longer covered this place and instead floated into the air. It flowed with divine splendor and floated there, releasing dazzling radiance. In the outside world, everyone stared at the scene. They wanted to know how many people died and what the final result of the battle was. In everyone's eyes, those in the Golden Body domain had definitely been defeated, and they were in miserable states. Chowda's death was probably the most miserable. It was hard to say if he could even leave behind an intact corpse. At this moment, light overflowed. The mountain-river diagram turned into a picture scroll, shining like a sun. It still hadn't restrained the last bit of terrifying energy. That was why no one could see the scene below clearly. Chowda can also be considered outstanding. Recently, he rose up rapidly and swept through the battlefield, beating up the golden body cultivators of the other camp until they fled at the mere sight of him. It would be too much of a pity if he died here. If he doesn't die now, he won't live for long in the future. Think about it. He offended Jin Lin, which is equivalent to offending the #1 expert in the saint domain. The Kuan-Long is known as the #1 saint. Jin Lin's brother is ranked 3rd among the divine level experts. The mutated Qilin is unstoppable and too powerful. Meanwhile, do you think there'll be a good ending after provoking his younger sister? Everyone was discussing. They all believed that Chu Feng should have been killed. Perhaps this was also a type of early release for him. Only the pupils of the divine kings and quasi-divine kings rapidly contracted. They didn't fear the dazzling mountain-river diagram in the sky. They immediately discovered the true situation. Their faces all twitched endlessly. Then, the others also shut up. It was because the mountain-river diagram restrained its brilliance and was no longer resplendent and dazzling. There were people lying on the ground in disorder. The six-eared macaque, the golden-winged roc Xiao Yao of the Dao race, and Qi Lingkong of the exotic desolate crane were all heavily injured. They lay there, unable to budge. Only Chowda's eyes were still glistening with vigor. He was full of vigor and even looked like he had excess energy. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was he sitting on? That's heavens. The group of people was shaken. The quasi-sage flowing light snail's hard-shell man was smashed to pieces. He fell to the ground and couldn't budge like a corpse. Around the quasi-sage green-gold orchid, there were broken metal leaves and roots all over the ground. He was also like a zombie with blood dripping from his mouth and nose. His eyes were lifeless, and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, both of them were tied up. The most important thing was that the young lady of the mutated Qilin race, Jean Lin, had revealed her true form. Her body was as large as a small mountain, but it was elegant and beautiful. She was tied up firmly, and that person was sitting cross-legged on her. Chowda! Heavens, what happened? This Chowda is sitting on Jean Lin's body and tying her up. What's going on? The group of people was in an uproar. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Even the faces of the few divine kings and quasi-divine kings were twitching. Even they had predicted wrongly earlier. Not only was Chowda unharmed, but he was also full of vigor and had become the only person radiating vitality. Hong Yunhai's expression suddenly changed. He really wanted to berate him, but he held it in. Now wasn't the time for him to stick his head out. Chowda, what's going on? A large number of evolvers had come here. Half of them were golden arhats, and the other half were from the quasi-sage camp. Now, those quasi-sages were all shaken and inexplicably palpitated. Some of them asked with a trembling voice. They simply didn't dare to believe their eyes. What's going on here? Nothing much. These are all my captives. I released all of them, Chu Feng replied calmly. After that, he pointed with his finger. Not only were the three quasi-sages within the boundary he had drawn, but he had also accidentally crossed the boundary and included Monkey and the others. Damn you, Peng Wanli shouted angrily. Monkey's face also turned green. This shameless guy was too shameless. He was exaggerating his battle achievements. Everyone was speechless. How valiant was this battle achievement? The people on the ground were all top-notch experts of various realms, but in the end, they were all defeated by him. At this moment, Jean Lin faintly woke up and immediately felt that something was wrong. She panicked when she saw many people in the vicinity staring dumbfoundedly. She rapidly transformed into a human form and became a woman of exceptional beauty. In reality, the mutated Qilin race had always taken human form for generations. After going through bloodline evolution, in this life the human form was instead their main body, while the Qilin form was more like a conjure body. They were only willing to use the Qilin form when the battle was at its most intense. Therefore, she preferred the human form more. Now that she saw so many people here, she transformed at once. However, she didn't understand the situation. There was still a person sitting cross-legged on the gigantic Qilin. Chapter 12:08. Jean Lin was tall, and her skin was fair and translucent. She had long legs and a slender waist, and her curves were undulating. Her long golden hair danced in the wind, and her beautiful face was filled with fury. Chowda! Jean Lin screamed, feeling incomparably humiliated. She had actually been captured and tied up as a captive. The most important thing was that Chowda, who made her eyes spew fire, was actually sitting on her body. This was intolerable. She resisted fiercely and wanted to struggle free. After the golden Qilin transformed into human form, it naturally shrank rapidly. Chu Feng followed suit and directly suppressed her when he saw that she wanted to struggle free. Boom! Chu Feng's entire body shone, and his appearance was solemn. He was still sitting cross-legged like a holy monk, his body blossoming with divine light. A divine ring appeared and enveloped his body like a heavenly monument pressing down. With a bang, Jean Lin let out a muffled groan. Being suppressed by this kind of power caused her body to feel incomparable pain, and her bones were about to break. She was bound by the spirit binding cord and wouldn't loosen as her body shrank. On the contrary, the more she struggled, the tighter it became. After the golden Qilin shrank into human form, Chu Feng smashed down from midair and used terrifying energy to sit directly on her spine. At this moment, Jean Lin's curves were undulating. She only had a layer of golden inner armor to protect her slender waist. In the end, her waist was almost broken and she almost fainted. Bastard! She was both furious and humiliated. There were so many people in the vicinity, and there was no lack of people she was familiar with. More than half of them were quasi-saints. It was truly shameful for her to be suppressed like this under the watchful eyes of so many people. Many people were dumbfounded and speechless. This was the young miss of the mutated Qilin race. Yet she had been beaten up so miserably. She was outstanding and beautiful. She was a well-known figure among quasi-saints. Yet she had actually been captured. The heavens are benevolent. Demonis, why haven't you surrendered yet? Chu Feng wore a solemn expression and then slapped the Qilin's head. Everyone was stunned. Who would dare to target the young miss of the mutated Qilin race like this? Not to mention others. Just her brother, who was ranked third among the divine level characters, would go all out and tear the offender apart. Actually, Chu Feng really wanted to pick up his mace and give her a good beating. How dare you challenge me after being captured alive? But when he considered that a few godly kings and quasi-godly kings not far away were staring at his every move, he still played his part. Oh my God, am I seeing things today? What did I just see? Someone broke the silence. Also, at this time, the war reporters who heard the news appeared, holding all kinds of filming equipment, making clicking sounds as they captured the scene. Chu Feng stood up, picked up Jean Lin, and was about to throw her to the side without a care in the world. He wanted her to be placed side by side with the flowing light snail and the emerald orchid, becoming a prisoner. Hello, Mr. Chow. I'm a reporter from Tying newspaper, which has the largest circulation in the world of the living. May I ask if it was really you who defeated the 3 quasi-sages and a few golden-bodied geniuses? Also, I would like to ask Miss Jean Lin, what do you think of Mr. Chow? A few people rushed forward. Some were in charge of interviewing, and some were in charge of taking pictures. They had excited expressions on their faces because this was definitely explosive news to them. Chu Feng discovered that after this reporter asked him a simple question, he went to pay attention to Jean Lin and asked them to express their opinions. He felt that this was deliberately creating an intense, emotional confrontation to ignite the topic. Therefore, he didn't want to pay attention to them. Jean Lin was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Her snow-white body was tense, and her hair was standing on end. She couldn't restrain her anger. How embarrassing was it to be tied up and thrown to the ground as a prisoner? She was even photographed and interviewed. It would definitely cause a huge uproar when a newspaper was published tomorrow. At this moment, the red sun was setting in the west, leaving only a portion of the sunset glow. Meanwhile, Jean Lin was so agitated that her whole body was trembling. She was angry and worried, and her face was as red as blood. At this time, some people rushed in and shouted, "Our Tonggu newspaper is the #1 seller in the world of the living. Mr. Chow, we would like to interview you." Hello, Mr. Chow. I'm a reporter from Heaven Morning Post. The war reporters from all the major newspapers and periodicals rushed over, each more excited than the last. Their eyes were all green and shining. This was definitely explosive news. They were all taking pictures and surrounding Chu Feng and the prisoners on the ground. Mr. Mi Tian, may I ask how you got injured? Go away. Can't you see that I'm lying here and don't dare to move? I'm warning you, if you break my tail, I'll exterminate your 3 clans. The monkey bared his teeth and shouted. He was truly furious. Being surrounded by so many people was too terrible. Were they treating him as a monkey? Pa, he spat. That was really the case. Chu Feng immediately scolded and warned the reporters. He's injured. Don't crowd around. Didn't you hear what he said? One of his tails was broken, and if it affects the bloodline inheritance in the future, you'll have to take full responsibility. The six-eared macaque clan won't forgive you. What? A broken tail will affect the bloodline inheritance. Could be an injury similar to castration. It had to be said that this group of reporters had rich imaginations and immediately became excited. When a monkey heard this, his face turned green and then purple. In the end, even his eyes were no longer flickering with golden light. Instead, they were emitting black light. He shouted, "Let's see who dares to make such a report. Also, Chow, you dare to trick me." The six-eared macaque's temper exploded. He shouted, telling the reporters to scram. Then, the sound of chattering filled the air. The group of reporters took pictures from all directions, recording this historical moment. They didn't care about these things. "May I ask if you're Mr. Peng Wanli? Why are your golden feathers gone?" Someone had set their eyes on the golden-winged Great Peng, which made him go crazy. He was now completely naked. He originally wanted to pretend to be dead and then run away, but in the end, he was also targeted. "Scram, I'm the young master of the Golden Falcon race. Look carefully," Peng Wanli shouted. "Mr. Peng, don't speak nonsense. I'm from the Falcon race, and my eyes are the sharpest. I can tell at a glance that you're a golden-winged Great Peng, and a pure-blooded one at that. Walking together with the six-eared macaque. Who else could it be other than Mr. Peng Wanli? You're slandering me and ruining my honor. I'm clearly a golden falcon. What's so great about the Great Peng race?" Peng Wanli's face turned purple. He really didn't want to be photographed like this. Xiao Yao and Qi Lingkong were naturally not let off. They were also surrounded. As for Jin Lin, the flowing light snail, and the green gold orchid, they were the most affected areas. War reporters swarmed over, causing the place to boil over. Very soon, a number of quasi-divine kings and divine kings took action. They seized all the recording equipment in their hands and tore apart their recording devices. They weren't allowed to leak them out. As for the network blockade, there was no need to do so. This place was once a forbidden zone with all kinds of domain interference. The signal wasn't smooth. The war had been going on for so long, but those airships and ships didn't dare to land rashly because many mysterious crashes had occurred. "All of you disperse. Don't speak carelessly," the divine kings said with sunken faces. They warned the war reporters not to report carelessly because the six-eared macaque race, Dao race, Qilin race, and Peng race were all vicious fellows. No one could protect them if something happened. The group of reporters couldn't accept this. This was big news, but in the end, all kinds of equipment had been confiscated. They were full of pent-up anger. However, they also felt restraining fear. If they really reported this wantonly, they might really disappear without a trace on this battlefield. In any case, the Golden Body and Quasi-Sage camps were all stirred up that day. This battle exceeded everyone's imaginations. The Golden Body could defeat a Quasi-Sage? This truly shocked many people. One had to know that the flowing light snail and Jin Lin weren't ordinary Quasi-Sages. They were well-known figures among them with tyrannical strength. Not many people could match them. They occupied the terrain and sealed off the space. They could only fight with their physical bodies. Chowda and the monkey won through crafty schemes. Someone said, "Forget it. A loss is a loss. What's going on with that Chowda?" One look, and you can tell he's a top-notch expert. He killed a quasi-sage ape god on the battlefield before. This triggered a heated discussion in the two camps. Chowda naturally attracted everyone's attention. Some people said that he had most likely come to strengthen his family. However, this rumor was quickly refuted. There were only so many powerful clans in the Yang realm, and it was confirmed that he wasn't their disciple. At the same time, news about other people was flying all over the place. I heard that the six-eared macaque was castrated during the decisive battle. If we don't find the great medicine as soon as possible, we'll be in big trouble. When the monkey heard this news, he flew into a rage and his lungs were about to explode. Then, He let out a blood-curdling scream because his tail was bleeding again from the violent shock. It's reported that Jean Lin is very miserable. She was beaten until her battle clothes were torn and she was running around naked. Moreover, that Chowdy used her as a praying mat and sat on her. She suffered a great loss this time. Nonsense. Don't blaspheme the pure and holy fairy in my heart. How are you talking nonsense? This is true. Many people saw it. Moreover, it's rumored that Chao De is extremely daring. He wanted to take Jean Lin as his mount from the very beginning. There'd be a lot to see in the future. The outside world was in an uproar. The Golden Body Camp and the Quasi-Sage Camp were in great discussion. Meanwhile, the few people involved were recuperating. Even Chu Feng was grimacing in pain as he set his bones. He wasn't completely unscathed. His chest had been pierced by Jean Lin's Qilin horn, and 2 of his bones were broken. But the problem wasn't very serious. At this moment, they didn't return to their own camps. Instead, they were placed under house arrest by a few divine kings to wait for the outcome of this matter. Of course, Jean Lin and Chu Feng's group were separated and not in the same cave residence. Otherwise, they would definitely start fighting. That was because even the monkey wanted to fight with Chu Feng. He really couldn't hold himself back and stain his illustrious reputation. While they were recuperating, all kinds of undercurrents were surging outside and becoming more and more intense. Regardless of whether it was the 6 Ears race, the Rock race, or the Dao race, they all took action. They competed with the mutated Qilin race and the flowing light snail race, seizing the qualifications to enter that name list. If they really entered that name list, no matter how bad the descendants of the race were, they would still be able to become celestial venerables in the future. With just a little bit of luck and opportunity, they would become almighty. This kind of great opportunity was related to the rise and fall of this race, so the benefits involved were too great. Otherwise, why would the monkey and the others refuse to accept it? To challenge the Quasi-Sage was to change their own fate. Now, they had already done everything they could do. Now, it was up to the elders of the race how to operate. For a moment, the situation outside was rather complicated. Those old fellows were confronting each other in secret, discussing in secret, compromising with each other, and also carrying out a dangerous slaughter. At the very least, some people saw that in the depths of a mountain range far away from the 3-way battlefield, an old golden monkey had appeared. After playing chess with an old man and drinking tea, they actually engaged in a fierce battle on the spot. That mountain range exploded and turned into fine powder. They sank into the darkness and fought in outer space. Blood dripped down and burned in the air as if the flames of the 9 heavens were about to destroy the world. It was clearly a question of the ownership of the fortunes among the younger generation, but in the end, it caused some old fellows to make a move. One could well imagine how much importance they attached to it. So much so that night, when Chu Feng encountered a death tribulation, someone snorted coldly. Spiritual energy spread out and turned into a heavenly blade. It was 300 meters long and wanted to eliminate Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng felt as if he had fallen into an ice house. That person was too powerful. He almost hid in the stone jar and used the heavenly escape talisman that old Gu had given him to escape. Of course, the reincarnation soil and the black wooden spear were also prepared and ready to be used at any time. At the crucial moment, a large golden hairy hand appeared and crushed that heavenly blade, causing the cave and the tent to fall apart. Then, those irregular scenes all disappeared. That night, an archaic expert that was like a living fossil appeared in the camp. He warned all clans that they couldn't bring their personal grudges into the camp, and that there would be no exceptions. Otherwise, no matter how powerful one's clan was, if anyone dared to break the rules, they would be killed without exception. They would ask Harmony Province's overlord to personally take action and eliminate them. It was because it was one thing for the younger generation to compete, but if a few old fellows were allowed to act recklessly, this place would be finished. No matter how many heroic talents there wouldn't be enough to kill. Moreover, even if there were conflicts between the younger generation, they couldn't use their strength to bully the weak. They couldn't break the rules that had long been established on the battlefield. You want to kill me? Chu Feng's eyes were deep as he said to himself, "This matter isn't over. I'll settle things with you all in the future." While the atmosphere in the camp was stifling, the game outside was becoming more and more intense. The six-eared macaque race, Dao race, Peng race, and others were naturally fighting for their own children. They wanted to replace him and enter that list. Meanwhile, the variant Qilin race and others were strictly opposed. They said that the monkey and the others had broken the rules and had to pay the price. The strong go up and the weak go down. This is the most bloody and realistic rule. Our disciples are stronger, so why should they be suppressed by your connections and not be allowed to obtain a portion of the Tao melting grass? Chapter 1209. The consensus was a process of mutual compromise. The initial agreement was to allow the golden body evolvers to be on the list and give them a chance. But this was clearly a trap. It didn't say who would be given the right, but only within the broad scope of the golden body realm. The news leaked out immediately, and the other races became excited. Some people wanted to participate and get a share of the loot. After all, this concerned their race's future with another celestial or even a powerhouse. After the monkey heard the news, he was so angry that his whole body was trembling. They wanted to pick the fruits of labor midway and take a share of the fortune from him. How preposterous! He was furious. Some races wanted to share equally and fight for opportunities for the younger generation disciples of the golden body realm in their own race. They were very active in the discussion. Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, and Mi Qing's faces were ashen. There was a flame throbbing in their chests. This made them feel indignant and extremely vile. They were fighting with their lives on the line, but in the end, someone else came to take advantage of them. What logic was this? Of course, they knew that this was the doing of the challenged races like the mutated Qilin race. Even if they relaxed and allowed the golden body evolvers to ascend the mountain, they were still creating trouble. Regardless of whether it was the six-eared macaque race, the Dao race, or the rock race, they naturally wouldn't agree. Some of the old fellows almost flipped the table in the end. You want to pick the fruits of labor midway? Come and ask us first. Let's fight and see if you guys are qualified. The monkey shouted. He was so angry that his face was ashen as he paced back and forth in the tent. At the same time, he kept on gnashing his teeth. He was so agitated that his tail couldn't help but swing about. In the end, a chunk of it almost fell off, causing him to scream miserably as blood seeped out of his tail. Chowda, aren't you angry? Pick up your mace and let's go and settle the score with them. I don't believe that we can't defeat them, even if we can defeat the quasi-sage. The monkey said angrily. He wanted to fight his way to their doorstep and teach them a lesson. However, Chu Feng could tell that although the monkey was angry, he wasn't so confident that he could sweep through the other party. It seemed that there were still some ruthless fellows. There were golden body evolvers who could challenge the monkey and the others. Peng Wanli explained. The few of them were revered in the eastern camp area, and there were a few people in the western area who weren't weak either. Those demons could contend with them. The golden body battalion was very large. According to the serial numbers, there were more than 10 battalions, and according to the location, there were 4 major regions. Among them, Monkey and the others were the strongest, and they were usually wary of one another. Chu Feng said, with your elders stepping forward, do you think they will let you suffer? You said it yourself. The old fellows in the clan are black-hearted and ruthless. I reckon that they're even more unhappy than you are. They'll definitely stand up for you. The monkey's anger subsided slightly. He also knew that the old fellow in the clan had an even more violent temper than him when he was young. It was impossible for him to swallow this resentment. Chu Feng had a good impression of the six-eared macaque, and he had a good impression of it. After all, there was a powerful master who wanted to kill him not long ago, but a big hairy hand appeared in the dark and scared the person away. He guessed that it was an old monkey. That day, the game became more and more intense. Outside the 3 battlefields, there were experts confronting each other in the sky. There were glaring flames burning, terrifying lightning interweaving. One could vaguely see several elders' figures disappear with a flash. Then, the heavenly dome exploded. What kind of terrifying energy was this? It made people's hearts palpitate, even from a great distance away. Many people fell limply to the ground. Other than that, there were also golden body evolvers who came to challenge the monkey, Pengwanli, and the others. They were very polite, but they were also very resolute. They wanted to determine a victor. The monkey gritted his teeth. When he found out who had come to challenge him, it was actually the famous ferocious bird, Nine-Headed Bird. He had brought a few sworn brothers with him. In the end, Mi Qing appeared and told them that if they wanted to challenge her brother and the others, they had to defeat the 3 quasi-saints first. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified. Sister Mi Qing, long time no see. You've really become more and more ethereal, youthful, and beautiful. I can't help but feel pity for you. After Nine-Headed Bird transformed into human form, he was handsome and handsome. He wore a gentle smile and looked harmless. Nine-Headed Bird was known as a great omen in prehistory. It was said that his ancestor came from the 11th forbidden ground in the Yang realm. There was also a 12-winged silver dragon beside him. It was a branch of the dragon race's bloodline. It was shaped like a big lizard and had silver flesh wings. It had dense scales and was extremely powerful. In particular, he actually had 12 wings. He was revered as a heavenly emissary, or in short, an angel. Moreover, he was a battle type. Pure-blooded, 12-winged silver dragons were rare since ancient times. This was a fierce double that wasn't the slightest bit weaker than Nine-Headed Bird. Nine-headed, 12-winged, let's not be so hypocritical. If you want to be qualified to enter that list, you have to defeat the 3 quasi-saints first, and then come here to fight with us. Otherwise, forgive me for not accompanying you. My brother and the others are all injured, so I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Mi Qing was very calm, but her words were very straightforward. She directly refused and wouldn't accept this kind of challenge. On what basis could she accept it? This was intercepting them midway, wanting to reap the fruits of their labor. How could she agree? Although Mi Qing was elegant and otherworldly, she was also angry now. These people really had no bottom line. They really had the nerve to open their mouths. Are your brother and the others badly injured? But we heard that this battle was mainly fought by Chowda, and Mi Tian and the others reaped the fruits of others' labor. How could they still injure themselves? Nine-Headed Bird smiled gently. After saying these words, he didn't linger and directly left with the others. In the big tent, Monkey, Pengwanli, and Xiao Yao were so angry that their faces were ashen. They wanted nothing more than to kill their way out and suppress Nine-Headed Bird and the 12-winged silver dragon. The other party's provocation was too excessive. Don't be angry. They're trying to sow discord between you and Chowda. I have a feeling that they don't want to deal with us. Their target is Chowda, Mi Qing said in a low voice. At this time, Chu Feng was recuperating in his cave residence and hadn't come over. After Monkey and the others heard this, their eyes flickered. Although they were angry, they weren't ordinary people. They had keenly sensed something. They all had the confidence and the support of their clans. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch them. Even if they wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and snatch 1 or 2 spots on a list, they would have to pay a bloody price. Any clan that wanted to stop them would have to think twice. Not long after, someone arrived in the secondary sage camp. Kuan Long, known as the #1 saint, arrived with a green demon saber on his back. At the same time, Jin Lin's brother, known as the 3rd strongest god, Jin Lai, also stepped into the camp. His killing intent surged as he called for Chowda. Needless to say, these two had come for Jin Lin and wanted to cause trouble for Chu Feng. Although Harmony Province's camp didn't allow the strong to bully the weak, these two had still come. Moreover, they were followed by a large group of people. They wanted Chu Feng to go out and meet them. At the crucial moment, the old servant of the 6-eared macaque tribe, an old god king, stopped them and persuaded them to leave, telling them not to cause trouble. A storm was brewing. Everyone could no longer sit still. Their killing intent soared as they became restless. Chapter 12:10. The Nine-Headed Bird and 12-Wing Battle Systems Heaven Emissary. Are they destined to become competitors? Are they going to participate? Chu Feng was extremely quiet, treating his injuries while thinking about the various variables and possibilities. At dusk, Chi Ling Kong's clansmen came to deliver a message, calling him out from outside the camp, informing him that there were some things that happened in the Scarlet Scale Crane race. In the end, something unexpected happened. Chi Ling Kong was attacked viciously, hacked at the waist. At the crucial moment, he fled into the Golden Body Camp with all his might. If not for the shouts of many people in the Golden Body Camp and the experts who rushed out, Chi Ling Kong might have died, killed by someone. That clansman of his had long died miserably, dying on the spot. Who was it? Chi Ling Kong's entire body was covered in blood, continuously trembling. He was shocked and furious, full of sullenness. No matter what, their Scarlet Scale Crane race was still a foreign, desolate race. Yet someone dared to plot against them. When Chu Feng received the news, he shivered inwardly. He felt like he couldn't go out in the near future. For the sake of the Dao Fusion Grass, all sides were already going crazy. Needless to say, it was definitely related to that list, related to the Dao Fusion Grass. We're going to get rid of a competitor to reduce the pressure. Right now, Chi Ling Kong, the monkey, and the others, if nothing unexpected happened, they should have a high chance of entering that list. However, at the crucial moment, someone actually took action. This was shedding all pretense of cordiality. Could it be the Nine-Headed Bird and 12-Winged Silver Dragon? After all, they appeared not too long ago. Chu Feng was guessing. Or perhaps they came from the families of the people at his side. He shivered inwardly. Chi Ling Kong was carried back. After being hacked at the waist, his shoulder was hacked off. There was a terrifying wound on his neck, almost only his head left unharmed. Fortunately, he had great medicine on him, hanging on to his life. There were people who hurriedly rushed over to treat him, piecing together his damaged body. They didn't insist on taking your life, only seriously injuring and crippling your body, thus preventing you from participating in the Dao Fusion Grass gathering. Their intentions are vicious. The monkey said with a sigh. Chi Ling Kong's clansman's status wasn't high, so he was killed, losing his life for nothing. If your body cannot recover in time, our clans will compensate you, Peng Wanli said. Chi Ling Kong's face fell. He was hacked into pieces, his limbs separated from his body. He felt incredibly sullen inside. This was to forcibly stop him from participating in the gathering of natural luck. He wanted vomit blood. In particular, the great medicine that could help him recover quickly was not very effective. A soft black energy was entangled in his body, corroding his Dao foundation. Although he had found an expert to treat him, it would still take 1 or 2 months for him to see any hope of recovery. In the early morning of the next day, there was the latest news. After the final negotiations, the evolvers at the Golden Arhut level were given 4 places to absorb the essence of the Dao Fusion Grass. When this news came out, many people's expressions changed. Even Chu Feng fell silent after hearing this. Only 4 places? His heart immediately sank. Chi Ling Kong, Mi Tian, Mi Qing, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao, a total of 6 people, had only been given 4 spots? This caused his expression to turn extremely ugly. Chi Ling Kong was crippled by someone, his body in tatters, Dao foundation damaged. There was no way he could participate in this competition for some time, as if he was forced to give up his qualifications. Currently, he was the only one competing with the other 4, and he was a rogue cultivator, so he didn't even need to think about the outcome. In particular, Chi Ling Kong had been crippled at the critical moment, so it was impossible for Chu Feng not to overthink this. This world is too damn dark. Chu Feng's expression was cold. He was thinking that if he didn't know when to stop and insisted on competing, would he also be secretly crippled or killed? Monkey came, his face flushed and somewhat excited. At the same time, he reeked of alcohol and said, "Chowda, don't think too much. If there really are 4 spots this time, I won't go. I'll give them to you. This world isn't so dark." When he got excited, he slapped his chest. Peng Wanli also came, and Xiao Yao and Mi Qing also appeared, bringing a few jars of divine wine. They swore that they didn't do anything. This was deliberately planned by someone. Only 4 spots were given, and Qi Lingkong was crippled in advance. Now, it seems like we have to give up another person. Truly too cowardly. Peng Wanli shouted, smashing the fine copper table. Not long afterwards, they also brought over Qi Lingkong from the sickbed, solemnly promising that they would compensate him, that there would be opportunities not inferior to the Dao fusion grass. Monkey's face was entirely red, the smell of alcohol coming out of his mouth. I will ask the clan to let you study the 6-eared macaque, primogenitor's true bone. There are traces of the most powerful great Dao on it. I guarantee that your benefits will be tremendous. Peng Wanli also patted his chest and said, Brother He, if you miss this opportunity, I can also bring you into the clan. I'll invite you to look at a battle imprint left behind by our ancestor, the Kuan Peng Sky shattering diagram. Xiao Yao also spoke, saying, My Dao clan has a scripture that explains about reincarnation. Its use is endless. You can go and take a look. At this moment, even Chu Feng was astonished. Even he was tempted by these items. They were all rare treasures. Mi Qing also spoke, saying, Not long afterwards, in a certain forbidden land, the innate supreme 8 trigrams furnace formation will open. My clan has 2 or 3 spots. We can gift one out. Qi Lingkong's expression eased up. Not long ago, he truly felt incredibly sullen and furious inside. He was obstructed like this, his path blocked, making him feel unjust, so angry his heart was about to explode. It was to the extent where he even suspected that it might be the 6-eared macaque, Peng Race, and the others who did it. Now that he obtained so much compensation, the misgivings in his heart disappeared quite a bit, his state of mind also calming down quite a bit. Previously, he really was angry beyond belief. Let's wait for news first. The clan's elders are still fighting over it. They don't wish for there to be only 4 spots. The monkey said. He also felt that the other party was too sinister, purposely stopping at 4 spots to create internal strife, thus creating an unfair conflict. While they were exchanging toasts, someone came to report that the 9-headed bird had delivered a name card, wishing to meet Chowda. He came again. Brother Chow, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I have the chance to meet you, it's a pleasure. The 9-headed bird was full of smiles. Several people followed behind him, and at his side was the powerful 12-winged silver dragon, also known as the War Department Heaven Emissary. Nice to meet you. Chu Feng cupped his hands towards him. One shouldn't hit a smiling person, so he wanted to see what kind of goal he had. How about I give Brother Chow a great gift? I can help you get on that list. The 9-headed bird was quite direct, immediately saying this, making the monkey and the others frown. Even their clan's elders were still negotiating. So what right did the 9-headed bird have to say this? Qi Lingkong looked at them a bit coldly, always suspecting that his crippling had something to do with these people. Oh, how are you going to help me? Chu Feng asked. He didn't reject him, instead calmly conversing with him. I have my own methods. I will ask the clan's old ancestor to open his mouth and suggest adding 1 or 2 more spots to the golden body. When he spoke up to hear, the 9-headed bird smiled and said, I believe that our clan's old ancestors' words still carry quite a bit of weight. Together with the 6-eared macaque and Dao clan seniors, I believe there won't be many obstructions. The 9-headed bird race came from the world's 11th restricted region, creatures that walked out from the danger zone. Even though endless time had passed, they still had countless ties with that restricted region, making others feel incomparable restraining fear. When he spoke up to hear, he smiled and said, Of course, it's not like I don't have any requests. This time, I want to make a deal with Brother Chow. I promise that I definitely won't let you suffer a loss. Chapter 12:11. Luer, if you don't have any evidence, you can't speak without thinking and slander me. Otherwise, my tribe will not be bullied. We will demand an explanation from you. 9-headed bird said coldly. His appearance was not ordinary and could be called a talented and handsome man. He had long red hair, sword-like eyebrows, and a chiseled face. He was very stylish. Six-eared macaque sneered and retorted, "Do you think I'm scared? Others might be afraid of a nine-headed bird clan, but my clan isn't. We are also direct descendants of the gods and demons from the heaven-opening era, so we aren't afraid of you. You say your clan is kind? What a joke. You've never done anything human. Don't you know your origins? You are the evil spirits that have walked out from the 11th forbidden area in the world. Whose interests do you all represent? Ordinary people may not know your origins, but don't play dumb in front of an evolutionary aristocratic family like us." Nine-headed bird's facial features were very distinct, as if they were carved out. His blood-red hair fluttered without any wind, and his pupils were like swords as he looked at me Tion coldly. "Monkey, you are slandering me. The nine-headed bird clan has always been a powerful clan in the Yang realm. Although we have cultivated in a forbidden area for a period of time, you can't deny us just because of that. Pay attention to your words. It is very easy to provoke disputes between the two clans. If a war breaks out because of this, the consequences are not something you can bear." His tone was very cold. Even the six-eared macaque clan dared to warn them, not hesitating to fight. It was clear how strong this clan was. In the Yang realm, how many clans would dare to threaten the innate gods and demons born from chaos? The six-eared macaque clan. Tion's golden pupils were cold as he said, "Humph, there are some things we don't want to talk about, but since you insist, I won't be polite." Monkey really dared to say anything. There were some things that even the older generation masters and even heavenly venerables were unwilling to touch, but he dared to mention them and expose the bloody past. According to him, the nine-headed bird clan's background was not clean. They were an alien race that came from Forbidden Area and represented the interests of the 11th Forbidden Area. It was even possible that the ancestor of their clan was a core disciple or direct descendant of the Forbidden Area, and they began to spread their roots in the Yang realm from the light to the dark. Back then, when the world's 11th Forbidden Area rebelled, it had once caused the heavens to be enraged and the people to resent. In the Yang realm, corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowed like rivers, and too many experts died. The Crimson Land was completely filled with the flesh and blood of the experts from the Yang realm. In the end, they performed a blood sacrifice and prayed to the heavens. In the end, they borrowed energy from what was suspected to be other branches of an evolutionary civilization. Only then was the chaos quelled and the place quieted down. Chu Feng was spellbound as he listened, and even his back felt somewhat cold. Based on this, the forbidden lands of the Yang realm were one more evil than the other, and all of them couldn't be provoked. Peng Wanli added from the side, telling Chu Feng that the reason why it was called the Forbidden Land was because it indeed couldn't be angered. It was too terrifying, and back then, it had threatened the safety of the entire world of the living. This caused Chu Feng's heart to go cold. Just what kind of secrets were hidden in the depths of the Forbidden Land? There were evil spirits, and others. Just kill him. Chu Feng transmitted his voice secretly. According to his character, if such a brutal race dared to openly spread their influence, the powerful clans in the Yang realm could easily unite and annihilate them. The hearts of the people aren't united. Besides, there are also people who believe that this is a manifestation of the creatures in the Forbidden Land sending out some of their blood descendants to integrate into the Yang realm. This is a great integration and an opportunity. Perhaps they can finally resolve the future troubles forever, Xiao Yao said. Even the Dao race's predecessors thought so. So it could be imagined that it was the other races. Even the Dao race, ranked in the top 5 races, had this kind of attitude and was full of fear. The other aristocratic families naturally didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. The main reason is that once the 9-headed bird race is annihilated, the ultimate creatures in the 11th Forbidden Land will definitely revive. There will be chaos, and the mountains and rivers will be bathed in blood, Xiao Yao informed. At the same time, the other Forbidden Lands would most likely become restless. That was because more than one forbidden land would send out disciples to spread their influence outside. They might become bound by a common enemy because of this. When Chu Feng heard this, his expression was somewhat stupefied. He felt the formless, ice-cold atmosphere in the Yang realm. The situation was too complicated, and there was a crisis that could affect the whole situation. In addition, a terrifying race like the nine-headed bird is also very difficult to annihilate. It's easier for them to obtain talisman papers that can carry their memories to reincarnate. It's extremely difficult to kill them all, and the nine-headed birds that have reincarnated are even more terrifying. Peng Wanli informed him in secret, causing Chu Feng's heart to tighten. He was deeply frightened. Could talisman papers be produced in the depths of all forbidden lands? What was the reason for this? Were there some gates guarded in the forbidden lands? Unfortunately, even the predecessors of the six-eared macaque race and the Dao race didn't explain this matter clearly to their descendants. It was obvious that there was a great secret that made one horrified. At this moment, the monkey and the nine-headed bird began to argue, listing out the crimes of this race. All those who had dealings with them and had exchanges of benefits or evolved sex ended up in a miserable state. They died, and their orthodoxies perished. In the end, nothing was left. For example, even the bones of the celestial venerable that the nine-headed bird race conspired against were used to refine weapons. Not a single bit was wasted. It was truly a case of extracting the marrow from the bones, exploiting them until the last drop of blood dried up. Chu Feng's hair stood on end when he heard this. He felt that the nine-headed bird race was too malicious. He couldn't get too close to them. Nine-headed bird snorted, "Monkey, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Even if it means being cursed for all eternity, my race will bear the consequences. In the future, the truth will come to light." He then turned to Chu Feng. "Brother Chow, you're getting a headache from listening to us. I'll go straight to the point and see if it's good enough for you." Nine-headed bird was straightforward, ignoring the monkey and stating his conditions to Chu Feng, wanting to make a deal. First, he promised to help Chu Feng get the chance to absorb the Dao blending grass. This was his sincerity. You should know that with this chance, your potential will rise limitlessly. If you have the talent of a deity king, you can become an Empyrean. If you have the talent of an Empyrean, you can become a powerhouse. If you have the talent of a powerhouse, you will become even more terrifying. He explained the importance of the Dao blending grass to Chunming. This was a chance that would make any evolver go crazy. If not, why would six-ears macaque and the Dao race's inheritor risk their lives to challenge a second sage in the golden body realm? This was fighting for a future with their lives. What are your conditions? Chu Feng asked directly. He had to obtain this opportunity. He had to fight to the death, defeat Jean Lin, Flowing Light Snail, and the others. In the end, if someone else took the fruits of his labor, or if he was stopped by someone like Qi Lingkong, losing his qualifications, then that would truly be too sullen. If someone else seized this opportunity that concerned his future success, it would definitely make him vomit blood. Brother Chow, please help the nine-headed bird race for 100 years. Upon hearing this, the monkey's expression changed. He rejected on behalf of Chu Feng and said, "Are you kidding me? It sounds nice to say that you're helping, but this is selling yourself for 100 years. You guys are really scheming. No, we won't do this. We won't ask for too much. We will only ask Brother Chow to help when we need him. If he isn't willing, we won't force him to fight. We value his potential, the limitless possibilities in the future." Nine-headed bird was unperturbed. He even made it clear that in the future sacred and God ranks, the opening of several great fortunes in the world of living would require the help of someone like Chowda. Monkey and the rest paled. The world of living had a few special places like the Tower of Time, Rulai Hall, and the Lake of Origin. They were all bizarre and required special evolvers. Like the Tower of Time, with the support of time, it could cut a person back to a certain period in history, returning them to their youth. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be a competition of realms, but a competition of offensive power at that level. If someone claimed to have the highest offensive power in a domain for the past 10,000 years, then he would be the biggest winner. If he became one of the top few in history at that level, then it would be even more terrifying. At that time, he would definitely be able to crush all his competitors. Of course, it wouldn't be enough to rely on one person in the Tower of Time. If the support of time pushed a person to an old state, reversing time to the corresponding celestial venerable level, then the person in that realm would be in danger. In that case, a young person like Chu Feng wouldn't be a threat. Even if he was beaten to an old state, he wouldn't have the corresponding celestial venerable strength. At this moment, Monkey's face turned serious after hearing Nine-Headed Bird's words. It could be seen that the race was already planning for those great fortunes. If they really took out the cornerstone item of the Tower of Time, who knew how strong the Nine-Headed Bird race would become? Because once it had something to do with time, that item was priceless and could make one truly invincible in the world. As for other places like the Lake of Origin and the Swamp of Order, they were all terrifying places that were similar. Of course, they were also heaven-defying places. For example, the Great Black Hand from prehistory, Li Su, had rapidly risen because he had entered one of those places. He had dared to challenge people everywhere, even though he wasn't old, beating up martial madmen, launching sneak attacks on the terrifying existences that occasionally wandered to the edge of the forbidden zone, and hunting down people and items related to reincarnation. In short, after he rose in such a place, he would be able to move unhindered in the world. There was nothing he couldn't do. After secretly asking Peng Wanli and Xiao Yao, Chu Feng understood these secrets. He was truly fascinated and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He really looked forward to that day coming sooner. That's why I said that I'm very honest with Brother Chow. I'll say whatever I want. At that time, we will be partners and we won't make things difficult for you. If there's a chance, we'll go together. Moreover, for these 100 years, we'll provide for you. No matter what cultivation resources you need, we'll provide them for you. Nine-Headed Bird's words were powerful and resonant, causing Chu Feng's heart to stir. This was truly a shocking partnership. What did he need? Where did he go to find such an evolved sect? However, he also sighed inwardly. He didn't dare to go. If he joined such a race, all his secrets would be revealed. He wouldn't be able to hide anything. At that time, who would his stone box and his 3 seeds belong to? They would most likely become the Nine-Headed Bird race's treasures. These conditions are truly tempting. Are there any restrictions? I can move freely outside, so it shouldn't be a problem if I don't go to your race, right? Probed Chu Feng. Mi Qing's eyes flickered, and she secretly transmitted her voice. Brother Chow, it's best if you don't have any relationship with them. Otherwise, you'll become entangled with them. This race will eat you up without spitting out the bones. Even if the conditions seem generous, it will be fatal. At this time, Nine-Headed Bird smiled. We don't have many restrictions on Brother Chow. It's fine if we meet occasionally. Otherwise, if Brother Chow doesn't appear, we'll be worried that you'll leave and never return. After hearing this, Chu Feng wasn't very interested in his frankness. This was a restriction. If they really set their eyes on him, there would definitely be trouble in the future. Moreover, even if he cooperated with them and obtained treasures from the Tower of Time and other places, it would probably have nothing to do with him in the end. Just based on this race's reputation, they would definitely get rid of the donkey once it was no longer of use. Brother Chow, think about it. We can still provide you with more. As long as you need it, just say the word. We'll do our best to satisfy you. Nine-Headed Bird's face was full of smiles, looking very sincere. However, the monkey, Mi Qing, and Xiao Yao were all unhappy, because this time they had cooperated with Chow to fight to the death. In the end, it was Nine-Headed Bird who came to pluck the fruits. What right did he have? Peng Wanli said, My race can provide everything you said to Chow Da. Mi Qing had bright eyes and white teeth. His temperament was ethereal. He also spoke. Moreover, what right do you have to come here and talk about conditions? You said that if Chowder agreed to your conditions, your race would guarantee that he would be able to absorb the essence of the Dao fusion grass. This is what he should have obtained in the first place. Don't you think it's laughable that you're using something that belongs to him to talk about conditions with him? At this time, the 12-winged silver dragon took a few steps forward. His silver hair was very shiny. His voice was neither fast nor slow, and it was very powerful. It's not that I want to criticize you, but do you really think that Chowda can make it onto that list? Go ask the old geezers in your race. Are they really willing to fall out with the other races for Brother Chow? My race's ancestor will definitely do his best. The monkey raised his voice. Heh. Nine-headed bird smiled faintly. Monkey, don't tell me that you're so naive to think that your ancestor will help you to the end. Since you've already made it onto that list, how could they possibly pay such a huge price to help Chowda? After all, at their level, owing others a favor is the most terrifying. It's very difficult to repay it. I dare say that they won't stand up for Brother Chow, and it's very likely that they'll turn around and sell him out. What do you mean? The monkey berated, his face full of anger. Nine-headed bird said, You and I are still young, and we have the spirit of brotherhood in our hearts. We believe that there is justice in the world, but think about the ancestors of the various races. At that age, would they still be that kind of person? I dare say that as long as the benefits are enough to move them, not to mention selling out Brother Chow, they might even personally kill him. The most ruthless and powerful races are the most powerful. Otherwise, how could they flourish for so long? That's because they are sufficiently cold-blooded and cruel. The merciful ones have all died. You're releasing immortal chi. The monkey was furious. He raised his black rod, wanting to chase them away. He didn't want to talk anymore. Let's go. Nine-headed bird was very straightforward. He turned around and left with his people. As he was walking out of the cave, he suddenly turned around and said to Chu Feng, Brother Chow, you need to be more careful. If the situation isn't right, you should leave immediately. Otherwise, if you trust others and fight to the death, you'll end up working hard for nothing and be harmed instead. He left, directly disappearing. Don't listen to him. That bastard came to sow dissension. Peng Wanli said, I'll personally get rid of him sooner or later. This isn't the first or second time he has opposed me. Each time, he uses underhanded methods. The monkey was even more indignant. I'm tired. I'm going back to rest first. Chi Ling Kong said his goodbyes. He had people lift his sickbed and leave this place. He was a bit lonely and also a bit unwilling. Right now, Chu Feng couldn't calm down. He couldn't help but think too much. If he really was sold out, then he wouldn't even have a place to cry to. Even though the monkey and the others all made a blood oath to ensure his safety, that type of prehistoric blood oath wasn't necessarily unresolvable. Chowda, don't think too much. I promise that you won't be lacking. The monkey's eyes were red, and he was extremely moved. He patted his chest, saying that they weren't people who would burn bridges after crossing the river. Chu Feng nodded. After drinking some wine, he strolled around the Golden Body Camp. He was thinking about his path of retreat. He had the Heaven Escape talisman Old Goo gave him, so escaping shouldn't be a problem. With this kind of path of retreat, he was a bit unwilling. If someone really stole his opportunity and plucked the fruits of his labor, then he would stir up a great disturbance. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to vent his anger. He wanted to get rid of the instigator. Soon after, he shivered inwardly. He saw a male with a blade on his back walk over. That person's expression was wooden, but a formless blade, intent, seeped out from his body, simply about to split the sky dome. This person was extremely terrifying. He walked in from the Golden Body Camp's southern gate, blocking the way. Behind him was a group of followers, all of them saints. Kuan Dragon. Chu Feng immediately realized that this was definitely him. The number 1 Saint Jean Lin held in high esteem. At the same time, a tall male walked over from the western gate. His hair was extremely dazzling, his entire body covered in golden radiance, as if a sun god descended into this world. His surroundings were enveloped by a layer of golden halos. It was as if the light of Buddha illuminated all things, making him seem divine and powerful. This male's face was very fair, and he was also very handsome. There was a cold expression on his face as he stared at Chu Feng. A group of people followed behind him, and all of them were at the God Realm. Jean Lin's brother was ranked third among the God Realm experts in the Harmony Prefecture camp. Chu Feng's heart sank. These people had come to his door again and blocked the way. What were they trying to do? Brother Chow, over here. At this time, the nine-headed bird appeared. He was travel-worn, and he swooped over like a bolt of lightning. He called out to Chu Feng, telling him to leave quickly. Why? Chu Feng's pupils constricted. Some of the stronger races came to a compromise and made a final decision. This time, you attacked the quasi-saint and broke the rules. They want to use you as a scapegoat. The news brought by the nine-headed bird caused Chu Feng to feel a chill run down his spine. Then, he wanted to curse out loud. His ears were ringing with rage. This result was truly too depressing and disgusting. How could they do such a thing? Nine-headed bird, get out of the way. At this time, the Kuan dragon opened his mouth and pressed forward with a long saber on his back. Jean Lin's brother, the God Realm expert of the Jean family, Jean Lai, also walked over in large strides. His eyes were filled with divine light and boundless killing intent. The nine-headed bird revealed an odd expression. Kuan dragon, brother Jean Lai, you're quite well informed. The news hasn't even spread yet, but you've already heard of the old men's decision? Then, he hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Chu Feng, saying, follow me quickly. I have a divine talisman on me. As long as we leave the camp and there are no more restrictions, we can use the divine talisman to escape. Brother Chow, have you seen my sincerity? I'm risking my life to bring you away at the critical moment and deliver the news to you in advance. Everything is for the sake of our future cooperation. I hope we can fight back to back in the future. You want to leave? Impossible. An abandoned person is destined to be punished. We'll just take action. The Kuan dragon spoke with a cold voice. Jean Lai also closed in. His long golden hair danced in the wind like a dazzling sun. Come with me. Don't worry, I have a way to stop the Kuan dragon and Jean Lai. Let's escape first. The nine-headed bird transmitted his voice. Chu Feng's expression was cold, and there were flames burning in his eyes. He felt as if his lungs were about to explode. If he were to escape like this today, it would be too much for some people. His eyes were cold as he decided to do something big. He had the Heaven Escape Talisman, so no one could stop him. The restrictions of the camp were ineffective against him, and he could escape at any time. However, he was not willing to give up. He wanted to kill some people who wanted to deprive him of the right to enter the list. They wanted to steal his fortune and even wanted to put him to death. This was intolerable. He came to the three-way battlefield to sharpen himself, not to be bullied. At worst, he would just break through the sky and leave with a different identity. He had more than half of the reincarnation Earth and that black wooden spear. He had once killed a half-step Empyrean. Today, he wanted to kill an even bigger one. It would be even better if he could steal the down-melting grass. The barefooted were not afraid of those wearing shoes. At this moment, he was fearless. The anger in his chest was about to burn the sky and pierce through it. They said that yesterday's chapter was short, but today was long. Chapter 12:12. Nine-headed bird secretly urged him. He had to leave, or else there wouldn't be enough time. It would be too late if a divine king came to kill Chow in person. Brother Chow, leave quickly. Where there's life, there's hope. Endure for now. We'll join hands another day and help you get an explanation. Nine-headed bird was somewhat anxious, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He glanced outside the camp from time to time, worried that a divine king would appear to capture Chowda. I'm not leaving. I'll kill whoever wants to make me bleed. Chu Feng's eyes were red. That was the Dao-fusing grass that could expand the upper limit of an evolver's lifetime achievement. Now, not only was this great fortune that he had fought so hard to obtain, but someone even wanted to convict him and kill him. This world was too dark. He couldn't bear it anymore. His blood was boiling with anger, and he wanted nothing more than to use his previous life's Dao fruit to participate in the battle as a divine king and kill to his heart's content. Brother Chow, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I understand your feelings. You fought with your life and worked hard, only to be kicked away in the end. I need you when we're fighting for our lives, but they want to kill you when we're dividing the spoils. I can sympathize with this kind of grievance, but the situation is stronger than you. It's more important to take a step back and survive. So what if you're angry? Can you stop a divine king enforcer? Can you kill a heavenly venerable? Nine-headed bird grabbed his arm and secretly transmitted his voice to dissuade him. He then led him out of the camp. Moreover, he told Chu Feng that losing the opportunity of the Dao fusion grass wasn't a big deal. When the Tower of Time opened and the swamp of order of myriad spirits appeared, he guaranteed that Chu Feng would soar to the sky in one go. From then on, he would be like a fish swimming in the sea and a bird flying in the sky. No one would dare to make a move against him. Temporary forbearance isn't cowardice. It's just waiting for the right time to charge higher in the future. He shouted. His voice was like thunder, exploding in Chu Feng's ears. You still want to leave? What a joke. Those old fellows have already reached a compromise and are just short of a divine king enforcer. You still want to escape? Chowda, you'd better die. A female, saint beside Kuan Long berated. She had a pretty face, but her expression was rather unkind and aggressive. As for Kuan Long himself, his face was expressionless. Carrying the heaven blade on his back, he took firm and rhythmic steps as he approached. For a time, the heavens and the earth started to resonate with the pulse of his footsteps, and it was like the order of the heaven Tao was recovering before rumbling. In the vicinity, there were some evolvers at the Golden Arhut level who were watching. At this moment, all of them were holding on to their chests as they felt that their hearts were beating at the same frequency as his footsteps and would explode at any moment. Many people were overwhelmed with shock. They felt as if the heavens and earth were in the hands of someone. They felt that the Kuan dragon had become a Taoist body and was the ruler of this small world. His footsteps were orderly and rhythmic, and as long as he willed it, he could cause the bodies of many golden body evolvers to explode and be destroyed by the sound of his footsteps. This was an extremely terrifying method, a technique that was close to the Tao, controlling the surrounding heaven and earth. Sixth uncle, help me block them. Nine-headed bird spoke with a grave expression. He told the person in the dark to stop Kuan Long and the others. Behind Kuan Long, there was a group of saints following him. It was very terrifying. The sound of their footsteps was one, fusing with the Kuan dragon's order fluctuations and resonating with the Tao. A young man walked over. It was Nine-headed bird's sixth uncle, and he blocked Kuan Long's path. Oomph. With a cold snort, Jean Lin's elder brother, Jean Lai, was like a blazing sun. Golden light surged all over his body and transformed into a resplendent ball of light that enveloped him. It was as if he was the sun of the heavens. It was too dazzling. At the same time, his aura at the divine level pervaded the air. Energy surged, accompanied by a kind of Tao fruit. Nearby, runes circulated and suppressed the area. For a time, many evolvers at the Golden Arhut level were about to suffocate. Some people couldn't bear it and directly fell limply to the ground. In the Yang realm, the laws of heaven and earth were perfect and the suppression was powerful. Normally speaking, it was impossible for even a divine-level expert to create such an outcome because they could barely leave the ground and fly. An evolver at this level wasn't enough to make the Golden Arhut geniuses tremble from the bottom of their souls and fall limply to the ground. For Jean Lai to be able to do this, it could only be said that he was too powerful. He was like a divine patrolling the skies and overlooking the lower realm, causing the other evolvers to tremble uncontrollably. Uncle Lon, please make a move and stop him. Nine-headed bird shouted in a low voice again. A middle-aged man appeared and blocked Jean Lai's path. His body gushed with bloody light and streaks of scarlet multicolored light. He was like a blood demon god crossing the sky and obstructing the mutated Qilin race descendant. Nine-headed bird shook Chu Feng's shoulders. Then he grabbed one of his arms and was about to bring him away. Blood-colored wings appeared on his back, and he wanted to fly away. Chu Feng shook his head resolutely. His feet were like nailed to the ground, and he didn't move. He didn't want to leave. At this moment, his eyes were deep. He had already calmed down and wasn't restless. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. He only wanted to wait here and wasn't willing to flee in a sorry state. Nine-headed bird said angrily, "Brother Chow, how can you be so stubborn? Let me tell you, the opportunities in the Time Tower are many times better than the Dao Fusion Grass. Leave with me, and we'll come back for revenge when we obtain great fortunes in the future. Why are you so unwise and insist on waiting for death here?" At this moment, the 12-winged silver dragon turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed over. He was panting a little and had an incomparably solemn expression as he reported the situation. The old fellows had made a decision to execute Chowda and make him take responsibility for this matter. Not far away, Nine-Headed Bird's other swarm brothers had also arrived. A white crow descended and transformed into a white-clothed man. A black tortoise with wings descended and transformed into a man with black wings on his back that looked like a fallen angel. There was also a woman that was transformed from a heavenly bloodvine and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. They brought the same news. Not only had Chu Feng failed to enter the list, but he had also been pushed out. They wanted to kill him to appease the anger of the old fellows like the mutated Qilin and Flowing Light Snail. He had become the greatest sacrifice. Chu Feng's gaze was indistinct. He didn't say anything and just stood there in silence. The 12-winged silver dragon pulled on the corner of Nine-Headed Bird's clothes, indicating that he shouldn't bother with this matter. His meaning was that since Chow wasn't willing to leave, he should just wait for death here. "Let's go." Nine-Headed Bird's other sworn brothers also spoke up. They told him not to get involved and to leave quickly to avoid this whirlpool. "Want to leave? No way." At this moment, Kuan Dragon shouted in a low voice. He ordered the saints beside him to inform them and also ordered some people to stop Chowda from leaving. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have something to discuss with you." Nine-Headed Bird's sixth uncle acted and stopped the saints, not letting them leave. "Nine-Headed Tribe, do you know what you are doing?" Jean Lai said coldly. His eyes were cold and filled with boundless killing intent. He was extremely dissatisfied. Then he shouted, "I'm here to demand an explanation for my sister. Moreover, the higher-ups have made a decision to punish Chowda and make him pay with his life. Why are you stopping me?" At this moment, Nine-Headed Bird was a little angry. He shook off Chu Feng's arm and pointed at him. "Chowda, you're really stupid. If you don't want to leave, then so be it." He seemed to want to leave, but in the end, he was still a little hesitant. He opened his mouth and wanted to make one last attempt to persuade Chowda. At this moment, Hong Yunhai appeared. He stood in the distance with a shocked expression. Beside him were two grandsons who could barely walk on the ground. Both of them had strange expressions on their faces as they stared at Chu Feng. "What's going on? Chowda is being targeted. Someone wants to kill him? It seems like Nine-Headed Bird wants to save him." Hong Yu revealed a hateful gaze and said, "What goes around comes around. Chowda is going to be unlucky." Hong Sheng frowned and said, "That place is covered by a screen of light. We can't hear their voices. What are they talking about?" However, he could also tell that Chowda was going to be unlucky. Many people wanted to kill him. Hong Yunhai smiled faintly and said, "Chowda has most likely become an abandoned chess piece. Perhaps not only will he lose the chance to absorb the Dao Fusing Grass, but he might also be condemned and lose his life." "Huh." Hong Yu's eyes immediately revealed a cold glint and said, "Is that really the case? Grandfather, you can make a move first and restrain him. Don't let him escape." Hong Yunhai lectured him and said, "Idiot, we should just watch the show at this time. If someone wants to kill him, they will definitely make a move. Why are we adding to the chaos? If we don't do it properly, we'll be drawing fire to ourselves." Hong Sheng sighed at the side and said, "Those powerful races are too sinister. They actually used such underhanded methods to steal Chowda's opportunity and even want to kill him. Comparatively speaking, if we want to replace them and participate in the battle to fight for good fortune, it seems too unskilled and crude. These powerful races are still vicious. With a single thought, They can change a person's fate. They even want to punish Chowda. It's dark, bloody, and cruel. Hong Yinhai nodded and said, "So just watch. Don't get involved at this time." At this moment, Nine-Headed Bird lost his patience and said, "Brother Chow, we really don't want you to die. Let's forcefully take you away like this." He called out to the 12-winged silver dragon, the white crow, the black tortoise, and the woman formed by the heavenly blood vine at the same time. He wanted to grab Chu Feng and take him away. Boom! However, before they could touch Chu Feng, golden light blossomed. Chu Feng emitted a powerful fluctuation and spread out a divine halo. He was like a god of war, descending into the world, separating them and making it difficult for them to approach. "I'm not going anywhere. I'll just wait here. I want to see who dares to kill me," Chu Feng said coldly, his gaze ice cold. At this moment, intense energy fluctuations came from the distant sky. A divine rainbow appeared at the end of the horizon. A powerful divine king soared through the sky and was about to arrive. "It's too late. It's already too late. The law enforcement divine king has arrived." Nine-Headed Bird sighed and then said to Chu Feng, "Brother Chow, you've missed your last chance. You're on your own." Then Nine-Headed Bird turned around and left, giving up on him. Bang! However, Chu Feng grabbed onto one of his arms and didn't let go. He said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Come and witness what kind of crime they want to convict me of. I don't believe anyone can cover the sky with one hand in broad daylight. I want the person who conspired against me to pay the price in blood." Nine-Headed Bird's expression changed, and he said, "Brother Chow, you're crazy. So what if a golden body evolver is furious? If you don't leave now, you can only die here. You won't be able to take revenge." Then he said, "Let go of me. I've already broken the rules by informing you. Since you're not leaving, I'll stay out of this matter and won't be involved with you in any way. Let go." He struggled with all his might, wanting to break free from Chu Feng and leave this place quickly. He didn't want to stay here any longer. However, Chu Feng grabbed onto his arm firmly. His gaze was faint and incomparably deep. He just didn't let go. "Chowda, what's the meaning of this? Are you biting the hand that feeds you?" The 12-winged silver dragon angrily rebuked. "We're here to save you and inform you. It's fine if you don't leave, but do you want to drag us into this vortex as well?" "There's no hurry," Chu Feng said. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and an old divine king landed in the camp. It was the old servant from the 6 Years race who had been protecting the monkey. He looked at Chu Feng in surprise and said, "Chowda, what are you guys doing?" Chu Feng was very calm. He said, "I heard that the strong races have reached a compromise, and I've become the sacrifice. I'm going to be beheaded to appease some people's anger." After the old servant from the 6 Years macaque race heard this, he was stunned at first. Then his pupil shrank. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at everyone nearby. Finally, he sneered and said, "You've got guts." Then he said to Chu Feng, "There's no such thing. Moreover, I was just about to tell you that the ancestor of my race flipped the table and fought for the qualification for you to participate in the Dao Blending Grass Festival. This matter has been settled. It was decided just now." After hearing this, Chu Feng's gaze became even colder. He grabbed Nine-Headed Bird, his eyes slightly bloodshot. "Let go." Nine-Headed Bird shouted, "You're really vicious." Chu Feng gritted his teeth. "How did you sense it?" Nine-Headed Bird was unwilling to give up. He knew that Chowda must have noticed something was wrong, which was why he didn't agree to let him leave. Moreover, he grabbed his arm and locked it tightly, not letting him leave. The matter had already been exposed. Chu Feng's killing intent was boundless. His guess had actually come true. Nine-Headed Bird, the Kuan Dragon, Jean Lai, and the others had set up a trap for him. If he was tricked out of the Golden Body Camp, they could do whatever they wanted to him outside. They wouldn't have to worry about killing him or humiliating him. Once he left the Golden Body Camp, he would no longer have to abide by the rules of not bullying the weak. It would not be a problem for him to kill Chu Feng directly. Boom! Chu Feng picked up Nine-Headed Bird and threw it at the 12-winged silver dragon, who was about to make the first move. At the same time, he threw a punch at the white raven, who was sent flying with blood spewing from his mouth. Nine-headed bird, you really are vicious. First, you went to the cave abode in the tent to win me over. Then you came here to pretend to save me and set up a series of traps. You're asking for it. Chu Feng attacked violently. It wasn't that Nine-headed bird didn't want to resist, but what made his whole body go cold was that when he resisted, he lost all feeling in his arm and half his body was numb. It was obvious that the moment Chu Feng grabbed him, he had been waiting for him to resist. This was the Yin attribute energy of the wonderful Seven Treasures technique. It was some kind of Yin attribute divine energy that Chu Feng had refined from the rare materials of heaven and earth that he had brought out of the netherworld. Nine-headed bird was corroded, and half of his body was numb from the attack. His whole body was cold, and he couldn't move. Kill! Chu Feng shouted, wanting to kill them all. How dare you commit murder here? Nine-headed bird's sixth uncle and that Uncle Lon were both berating and about to attack. In the end, the old servant of the six-eared macaque tribe pointed with his finger, and they were all frozen in place, unable to move. Clang! Not far away, the Kuan dragon drew his knife, and a snow-white light pierced the sky. He slashed at Chu Feng with a dazzling knife light, like a divine rainbow descending from the heavens. He shouted, "This is a military camp. How dare you behave so atrociously and insolently?" His reason was not bad, but he had overestimated his speed. The old servant of the six-eared macaque tribe's eyes burst with golden light, and with a clang, he struck the heaven knife in his hand and froze him in place. The Kuan dragon never leaves the heaven knife, and is regarded as the first saint, Chu Feng said coldly. Then, he held Nine-headed bird in his left hand and smashed the silver dragon and the others, while his right hand vibrated, activating violent energy. It turned into a giant energy hand, and it grabbed the heaven knife that had fallen to the ground and slashed at the Kuan dragon several times. Amidst the sounds of splashing, blood splattered. The old servant of the six-eared macaque tribe grinned when he saw this. He thought that this kid was too fast, and he really knew how to seize the opportunity. But he couldn't help but worry. After all, he was the enforcer of this place, and he had restrained the Kuan dragon. If Chu Feng killed the first saint, then he would be in trouble. "Stop!" the old servant shouted. Chu Feng said, "Sir, hurry up and check on me, Tian and the others. I'm guessing they're trapped in the cave mansion in the tent. Otherwise, they would have appeared a long time ago." The old servant was taken aback for a moment, but his face quickly darkened again, because while he was speaking, Chu Feng had already cut the Kuan dragon in half, causing blood to flow all over the ground. Then he slashed at the Kuan dragon's head, splitting it in half. "This kid is too ruthless," the old servant exclaimed and hurriedly tried to stop him, shouting, "Don't." Even so, the Kuan dragon's head was still split open. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk with a flash of saber light. Chu Feng raised his saber and cut off the heads of Nine-headed bird's sixth uncle and Uncle Lon. His movements were swift and deft, and the blood of the two headless corpses rose high into the air. "Chow, stop!" the old servant glared. He had no choice but to prepare to attack Chu Feng. He had to stop him. "This kid is too ruthless. These people must be killed. They set me up first, so I must kill them all." Chu Feng attacked the 12-winged silver dragon, the white raven, the black tortoise, and the woman transformed from the heavenly bloodvine. Of course, this also included the nine-headed bird in his hand. However, these people were not imprisoned and could still move freely, so it was impossible for them to wait for him to kill them. Chapter 12:13. Chu Feng shouted loudly. His hair flew about chaotically, and his gaze was like lightning. He rushed over with a nine-headed bird in hand, attacking his sworn brother and using the nine-headed bird as a weapon. "Chowda, you dare act so viciously? Put down the nine-headed bird." The 12-winged silver dragon berated angrily. The white crow was even more furious. He had just been struck by a fist and ambushed. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his body was heavily injured. His blood-dyed white feathers were withering. Kill him. There's nothing more to say. He's courting death. The white crow transmitted secretly. With a hong sound, he spread his wings and soared into the air. The snow-white feathers on his body seemed to be burning, and raging flames overflowed into the heavens. He was like a great sun covering the sky. At the same time, astonishing energy was being released, surging outwards and intimidating this place. Wong. The void trembled. He had already launched an assault. A blazing sun burned in the sky, and like a comet smashing into the great earth, he rushed murderously towards Chu Feng. Kill! The black tortoise also shouted. He could also fly into the sky. He was a mutated black tortoise with a pair of black wings. He was like a fallen angel. In that instant, black light overflowed. He swooped over and revealed a portion of his original body. The tortoiseshell black human directly launched a barbaric attack at Chu Feng. Chi! The blood-colored divine vine took root on the ground, instantly causing the earth to collapse. It was like a terrifying blood-colored lightning as it hacked towards Chu Feng. This was the attack of the heavenly bloodvine woman. A battle erupted. Not far away, the six-eared monkey race's old servant did not stop them. He would not interfere in a battle between people of the same level. He was currently speechless because he arrived at the Kuan dragon's side. With a glance, the ground was covered in blood. Could he still live? Little brat, your attacks are too vicious. You slice him in half at the waist, and there are intestines all over the ground. The old servant felt a bit of a headache. If this number one saint died here, he would have to bear the responsibility. After all, he was the one who arranged for this person to be here in the first place. The Kuan dragon was in a miserable state. His waist had been sliced open, and his internal organs had all flowed out. The cut of his spine was very smooth, mainly because his knife was too sharp. In addition to Jean, his head was also split open. Although it wasn't completely split in half, the wound was quite frightening. The crack was very big, and it wouldn't be a problem to stuff 2 fingers in. Endure a bit. I'll bandage it for you and stuff your intestines back in, the old servant said in a low voice as he helped him treat the wound. The Kuan dragon hadn't died yet, but he was already about to die from anger. His eyes were all red as he stared at the old servant. If it wasn't for the 6-eared macaque race's old divine king locking him down, how could the long blade have slipped out of his hands and been counterattacked? Then he released a muffled groan. This old servant really wasn't the slightest bit particular, stuffing all of his intestines back in without even smoothing them out. His deathly pale face immediately turned green. After piecing his body together, he would have to clean it up later, and he would definitely suffer a second injury. Finally, the old servant found a rope and wrapped it around his head a few times, forcefully closing the wound. It's fine, he probably won't die. The old servant heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he beckoned the other saints over and quickly carried the Kuan dragon away to recuperate. Otherwise, they might miss the Dao-blending grass festival in 2 days. The group of saints who had followed the Kuan dragon here felt sullen. In fact, they were sullen for the Kuan dragon. They had mobilized a large force to set up a killing trap, prepared to trick Chao out of the camp, and then kill him. Who would have thought that the Kuan dragon, who never left his blade, would unexpectedly lose it and be killed instead? He was hacked wildly, and his organs spilled all over the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. They sighed. This battle had really tarnished the prestige of the number one saint. They reckoned that the Kuan dragon would definitely be trembling in anger when he could move his body again. How could the number one swordsman among the saints be like this? Someone muttered. He clenched his fists, lifted the Kuan dragon up, and walked out of the Golden Body camp. After hearing this, the Kuan dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. He was truly furious. He had just drawn his blade, but it had already been stopped, and the heavenly blade had fallen to the ground, causing him to be in such a miserable state. He looked at Chu Feng, who was fighting fiercely. His eyes were cold, and he really wanted to kill him again. The Kuan dragon left, causing an uproar. Everyone was speechless. This result was too unexpected. The Kuan dragon, known as the #1 saint, had actually met such a miserable end. Oh my, these two were a bit troublesome. The old servant arrived in front of the nine-headed bird's sixth uncle and Uncle Lon. He frowned deeply. These two had been beheaded, and their bodies were stiff. No, don't pretend to be dead. It's said that nine-headed birds have 9 lives. You two have at least 8 heads. Hurry up and grow them out. The old servant threatened and threatened that if these two did not get up, he would directly crush them to death. At this time, he had already removed the fixed body technique from the two. The 2 heads that had fallen to the ground had ugly expressions. Their necks were glowing, and a bloody mist filled the air, wrapping around the heads. Soon, the heads were reconnected. Although nine-headed birds were known to have 9 lives, they could not be wasted like this. They did not want to give up their heads for no reason. So tenacious. The old servant sighed. The two's eyes revealed a vicious glint as they stared at the battlefield. This was because their nephew was suffering greatly and was being used as a weapon. They wanted to immediately take action. On the battlefield, Chu Feng clearly heard the old servant's words. He was immediately moved, and he stared at the 9-headed bird in his hand. In his original imagination, this person was already a piece of meat on the chopping block, ready to be killed at any time. He never thought that he would hear that he actually had 9 lives. Pung! He did not hold back at all, using his golden fist to smash the 9-headed bird's head, directly blasting it apart. The 9-headed bird cried out miserably. He had lost a life in an instant. Bloody light overflowed from his neck, quickly condensing a second head. Otherwise, if he missed the time, he would truly die. Pooh! Chu Feng did not say anything else, giving him another punch, blasting him apart again. Blood splashed everywhere. The 9-headed bird's 6th uncle and Uncle Lon were both shocked and furious. They cried out loudly, about to rush over. They could not tolerate this. Their clan's geniuses had lost 2 lives in succession. It was too much of a pity. Don't move. The 6-eared macaque race's old servant shouted. He used the body freezing technique, once again freezing them in place, unable to move. At the same time, on the battlefield, Chu Feng exploded 9-headed bird's head for the 3rd time, the 4th time, 6 times in a row. During this process, the 9-headed bird's swarm brothers went crazy. They did everything they could to save him, risking their lives to attack, but they could not stop him in time. At the crucial moment, it was still the 9-headed bird who saved himself. 3 heads directly rushed out from his head, and they erupted with scarlet light, forming a protective barrier that blocked Chu Feng's fist, temporarily protecting the last 3 heads. Kill him. When I break free, I'll hack him apart alive. The 9-headed bird roared angrily. He was quite sullen. This time, his plan had been going smoothly, and he had set up a series of traps to trap Chowda to death. How could he have expected that this upright brother would find out? He really wanted to curse this damn Blackhand Chow. How was he upright? He was too sinister. He did not have the chance to show off his strength, and he was accidentally hit by Chu Feng's external attack. The Yin energy invaded his body, numbing 9-headed bird's body, and he was captured alive. He was very conceited, and he felt that if it was a fair fight, he would not be afraid of Chowda. As such, his heart was dripping blood. This was too shameful and depressing. He did not even have a chance to fight to the death, and he had already fallen into someone else's hands. Chowda, how did you see that something was wrong? He asked through gritted teeth. First, he really wanted to know. Second, he wanted to distract Chu Feng and create an opportunity for his sworn brothers. Other than that, he was also doing everything he could to dissolve the Yin energy confinement technique in his body. He wanted to break free and fight Chowda. Chu Feng did not care at all. He had the confidence, and he also had the strength to deal with these people. He said indifferently, based on the reputation of your race, can I trust you? This was the simplest reason. It was said that the 9-headed bird race was sinister and ruthless. They had always sucked the marrow out of their bones, and they wanted nothing more than to squeeze out every last drop of blood from their collaborators. However, today 9-headed bird was too straightforward and righteous. He did not hesitate to take the risk to inform Chu Feng and save him. Chu Feng became suspicious at the time, but he did not interpret it as malicious. What if he wrongly accused the other party? He could only watch from the side. In the end, when the time came, the truth would naturally come to light. The main thing was that he had the confidence to not be in a hurry to escape. Otherwise, Nine-Headed Bird was indeed very sinister this time. His acting was good enough, and he even invited the Kuan Dragon and Jean Lai to trick Chu Feng. It was truly very realistic. Unfortunately, in the end, Nine-Headed Bird went for wool and came home shorn. He even threw himself into this mess. Roar! An angry roar came from the distance. The entire tent was shaking, and golden lights surged. That was the voice of the monkeys and the others. Not good. The old servant of the six-eared macaque race was shocked. With a flash, he directly disappeared. When he had just arrived, Chu Feng had already warned him that the monkeys and the others might be trapped in the tent. Otherwise, with their temperaments, they would have come out long ago. In the end, the old servant saw that Chu Feng was too ruthless and did not dare to leave for the tent. After a moment of delay, the battle inside became incomparably intense. He quickly rushed over and disappeared from this place. Chu Feng's expression changed. With a boom, he attacked with all his strength, swinging Nine-Headed Bird towards his sworn brothers to fight to the death. Those people wanted to vomit blood. This kind of fierce battle really could not let go of their hands and feet. It could be said that they were holding back for fear of harming the innocent. Chu Feng turned into a beam of light. He was too fast. He abandoned them and carried Nine-Headed Bird as he pounced towards the ground. His targets were Nine-Headed Bird's sixth uncle and Uncle Lon. After rushing over, he naturally dealt a killing blow. A large energy sword appeared in his right hand, and he directly attacked. In just a moment, the two people's heads were cut off. Not only that, Chu Feng also chopped them in half at the waist and cut off their shoulders diagonally. In any case, these two people were locked in place, so he first disintegrated their bodies. Scarlet multicolored light flickered, and the two people's heads quickly condensed. However, Chu Feng's feet were rooted here, and he continuously hacked down. Save them! Nine-Headed Bird cried out, and his eyes were about to split open. His two uncles had encountered a great disaster. However, regardless of whether it was the White Raven, Black Tortoise, or 12-winged Silver Dragon, they all found it difficult to attack. Chu Feng went crazy. He swung Nine-Headed Bird with one hand, and the other hand continuously attacked with the sword. In the end, he chopped off the two people's heads 8 times in a row, causing them to lose 8 lives. There was only one left. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment. Although he really wanted to kill them, he did not do so in the end. He was afraid of causing trouble for the old servant of the six-eared macaque race. After all, he was the one who had locked down these two people. In the end, he chopped off the bodies of the two people on the ground, but he did not completely kill them. The two people on the ground were too wronged because they could not move at all. They could only watch helplessly as Chu Feng killed them 8 times in a row and destroyed their immortal bodies. In the distance, Jean Lai's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He was really afraid that Chowda would rush over to cut him down. After all, he was also under the body-freezing technique and could not move. In this camp, if a low-level evolver could kill a high-level cultivator, there was no need to worry about punishment. On the contrary, if a high-level evolver attacked a low-level cultivator, it would be considered a violation of the rules, and there was a possibility that he would be killed. A deity appeared at the right time and took Jean Lai away from the battlefield, not wanting him to fall into the maelstrom again. Chu Feng was quite regretful. He had originally wanted to go over and stab Jean Lin's brother. He was really prepared to overturn everyone. Just now, he attacked the Nine-Headed Clan first, mainly because he hated them too much. They actually plotted to harm him, and he wanted nothing more than to hack them into 1,000 pieces. Nine-Headed Bird's eyes were red. It could be said that he had suffered a great loss today, suffering a double loss. He had never been so miserable since he was born. "What are you screaming for? It's your turn," shouted Chu Feng. He suddenly exerted force and cut Nine-Headed Bird in half. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. One of Nine-Headed Bird's legs and half of his body were separated from his body. The scene was absolutely bloody. Ah! Nine-Headed Bird screamed mournfully. At this moment, he had 3 heads, and they were all shining to protect his upper body. However, they could not block the lower half of his body, and so he suffered this calamity. Chowda, you really deserve to die, the woman formed by the sky blood vine said angrily. She was incomparably anxious, and she had feelings for Nine-Headed Bird that surpassed friendship. You're the ones who deserve to die. Chu Feng used the wonderful 7 treasures technique and used the divine powers of Yin and Earth at the same time. These 2 powers were very terrifying. One came from the underworld, and the other came from the reincarnation Earth. Bang! At this moment, the woman formed by the sky blood vine was hit by the 2 fused lights. She immediately exploded, and both her body and soul were destroyed. At this moment, not to mention the others, even Chu Feng himself was dumbfounded. The power of the wonderful technique was actually so great. He finally realized how heaven-defying the wonderful 7 treasures technique, which was ranked 11th in the Yang realm, was. It exceeded his imagination. In particular, the materials he used to practice this kind of wonderful technique were exceedingly extraordinary. They were all unique and unique. Therefore, the wonderful technique was strengthened with an even greater power. Of course, Chu Feng's qi and blood were also churning. This attack was very terrifying, but the consumption was also extremely shocking. It caused him to stagger. Again, shouted Chu Feng, and the wonderful 7 treasures technique was used again. With a swoosh, brilliance blossomed and swept out. With a puff, it hit the black tortoise race expert who was known for his defense. Ah! At this moment, the black tortoise with wings on its ribs let out a blood-curdling scream. Its turtle shell was actually blasted open, and then its body split into pieces. It was pierced through, and it died a violent death. Where do you think you're going? Roared Chu Feng. Although his body was swaying, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. He attacked another person. With a puff, a beam of light rushed into the sky, crippling the white raven in midair. Half of its body exploded, and the other half fell to the ground. It howled miserably and continuously rolled about. The main thing was that this attack was off target. Otherwise, it would definitely be able to kill the white raven. Rumble. At this moment, the monkey, Mi Qing, Xiao Yao, and Peng Wanli rushed out from a large tent not far away. They were all shouting loudly. Who dares to bully us, brothers? Kill them without mercy. Nine-Headed Bird, 12-winged silver dragon. Are you tired of living? You're courting death. Kill them all. Those people roared loudly and rushed over with extreme speed. Some carried dark gold clubs, while others flapped their golden wings. They attacked the Nine-Headed Bird and 12-winged silver dragon together. The spectators were all petrified. The Nine-Headed Bird and 12-winged silver dragon were both shocked and furious. They wanted to curse out loud. What kind of look was that? Who was killing who? However, at this moment, the monkey, Peng Wanli, Mi Qing, and Xiao Yao definitely wouldn't talk reason with them. Just now, they had been trapped in the tent and had long since suppressed their anger. Now that they knew that Chowda had been killed in a trap, they naturally became even more furious. All of them rose up and attacked with killing intent. Chapter 12:14. Bullying us, brothers? You've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Do you think we're just decorations? Or do you think we're not qualified? We'll beat you up right now. The monkey, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao roared. They attacked mercilessly, shouting as they charged forward. The 12-winged silver dragon cursed and wanted to roar. He and the Nine-Headed Bird were covered in blood and were about to be mercilessly hunted down. In the end, those people said they were being bullied with red eyes. Who was the bully here? He wanted to curse out loud. More than one of his sworn brothers had died, killed by Chowda. Their corpses weren't even complete, pierced through by Chowda's powerful techniques and torn into pieces. The ground was covered in blood. Those who were still alive were also in a terrible state. The 12-winged silver dragon was covered in blood, and his bones were about to break. As for his sworn brother, the 9-headed bird, he was in a more miserable state than anyone else. Chowda had smashed 6 of his heads in one go, and then his body was split in half. The savage Chowda had torn off one of the bird's legs and half his body. He was holding them in his hand and using them as a spear. He was in a miserable state. Bang! The 12-winged silver dragon let out a muffled groan as the monkey's dark gold rod smashed into his back. This strike was too solid and heavy. He immediately coughed up blood and was sent flying. It could be seen that one of his wings, which was covered in silver scales, had exploded, and his back was badly mutilated. If he hadn't used that wing to block at the crucial moment, his spine would have been broken. He would have lost his ability to fight on the spot and been killed. The 12-winged emissary of heaven, the silver dragon, was covered in blood. He roared continuously and resisted with all his might. Even his nose and mouth were bleeding. He was unwilling to accept this. He had set up a trap to kill Chowda, but he hadn't been able to kill that irascible brother. He had lost his life. Especially now, he felt that he was the most pitiful prey. He had been blocked here by a few troublemakers and mercilessly hunted. Of course, this was his own resentment. The monkey, Peng Wanli, and the others definitely didn't think so. Their standpoints were different, so their views were naturally opposite. In the eyes of the 6-eared macaque and the others, the 9-headed bird, the 12-winged silver dragon, the black tortoise, the white raven, and the heavenly blood vine deserved to die. They were too despicable. They had actually set up a trap to kill. Were it not for Chu Feng's strong willpower, he would not have been fooled and walked out of the camp. He would have been killed, and his death would have been very miserable. Imagine the number 1 saint, Kuan Long, wherever the green gold saber in his hand pointed. How could golden arhats possibly block it? Chowda would definitely be hacked to death. As for Jean Lai, there was no need to even mention him. As the 3rd strongest amongst the divine level experts, he was invincible. Once they were outside the camp, he would definitely have nothing to fear and would definitely kill Chowda with just a raise of his hand. Dodge, let me do it. At this moment, the monkey, Peng Wanli, Mi Qing, and Xiao Yao were fighting over the 12-winged silver dragon. As a result, the silver dragon was in an extremely miserable state. How could it have a good ending after being targeted by these people at the same time? It suffered heavy blows one after another. All of the silver scales on its body were blasted away, and many fell off. Buzz! The monkey smashed down with his rod, striking the silver dragon's head. Sparks immediately flew everywhere, causing the horns in his long hair to tremble. Then, with a cautious sound, a chunk of it broke off. The 12-winged silver dragon was in unbearable pain. Suddenly, it felt that the world was spinning, and its vision turned black. It almost fainted on the ground. It's my turn. Peng Wanli let out a long cry. After recuperating, some of its golden feathers had grown out again, and its body was no longer bald. At this moment, it spread its wings and swooped down. The golden rock wings slashed down like a golden divine sword. Puffed. Blood dripped from the 12-winged silver dragon's back. A terrifying wound had been slashed open, so deep that bones could be seen. It made him want to roar, and his body was convulsing violently. Moreover, the sharp rock claws had directly torn off a large piece of flesh from his body. Blood dripped everywhere, and the scene was horrifying. At this moment, Chu Feng had been forced out of the battlefield. He didn't even need to do anything. After those demons arrived, they fought to kill him and pushed him to the side. Now, Chu Feng was studying the 9-headed bird in his hand, thinking about how to destroy its last 3 heads and completely finish it off. Roar! In the battlefield, the 12-winged battle angel, the silver dragon, was really too miserable. He was beaten to the point where he transformed into his true form and human form from time to time. However, no matter how he dodged and changed, he didn't have a good ending after being surrounded by those people. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but rather that the people surrounding him were too powerful. Comparatively speaking, the 12-winged silver dragon was a lot stronger than the black tortoise, white raven, and heavenly bloodvine. He was a character that could stand side by side with the nine-headed bird. However, now that he was being beaten up, it was useless no matter how powerful his divine abilities were. He was hunted down by people at the level of the monkey, so he was destined to meet a miserable end. He let out another miserable cry. The blood-stained dragon scales on his body fell off, and blood gushed out. This time, it was Mi-Ching's turn to be the main attacker. Unexpectedly, she was even more tyrannical than her brother. The dark gold rod in her hand flew up and down like interweaving black lightning. It was extremely powerful and domineering. The rod struck the silver dragon's back several times in a row. One could clearly see the silver dragon's 12 wings explode one after another. Dragon blood splattered everywhere, and scales rained down from the sky. In just a single breath, Mi-Ching had destroyed 9 of the 12-winged silver dragon's wings. In addition to the 2 that her brother had destroyed in succession, there was only 1 dragon wing left. Many people were shaken. As for the silver dragon himself, he howled. His back was blood red, and as his single wing flapped, he lost his balance. He furiously counterattacked with a sinister expression. Many people were shocked. It was hard for them to imagine that Mi-Ching was actually so ferocious. She was even more powerful than her brother, the monkey. One had to understand that she was extremely beautiful. Her white clothes were otherworldly, and her long hair was sparkling and supple. Her large eyes were pure and flawless, and her entire being was extremely ethereal. There was a type of immortal energy about her, and she could be considered an exceptional beauty. However, once they took action, even the monkey was forced to retreat, making way for his younger sister. She became the main attacker. She was too powerful and ferocious. However, her movements were extremely graceful. Even though she was taking action in a domineering manner, there was still a type of ethereal charm to her movements. Her long hair fluttered about, and the corners of her clothes fluttered about. However, the silver dragon didn't see it this way. In that instant, he felt as if he had arrived in hell. That dark gold rod smashed his bones and tendons, and his body was about to collapse. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions. His head suffered a blow, and, with a cautious sound, the only intact dragon horn was also broken. Illo! He let out a bestial howl. However, his howl came to an abrupt end at the very next moment. This was because an intense pain came from his tail. The large rod in Mi-Ching's hand kept on smashing down, and his silver dragon tail was forcefully smashed apart. The tail separated from his body, and blood dyed the vast sky. Mi-Ching wanted to slay a dragon. The 12-winged silver dragon couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He had just rushed into the sky when the circling golden-winged rock pounced on him and forcefully pressed down with its large claws. Dragon blood rained down from the sky. The 12-winged silver dragon fell to the ground, and in the end, he encountered Xiao Yao's Taoist fist imprints. After a series of attacks, he spat out 13 mouthfuls of blood in succession. His organs were all ruptured, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Everyone in the Golden Body Camp drew in a breath of cold air. The small team of Nine-Headed Bird and the 12-Winged Silver Dragon was completely finished today, and it was another small team that had finished them off. The monkey and the others had crippled and killed several of Nine-Headed Bird's sworn brothers, wanting to completely wipe them out. On the ground, White Raven was actually not dead yet. Half of his body had been blown up by Chu Feng, and he was lying in a pool of blood on the ground. He was horrified and wanted to escape silently. In the end, he was seen by the monkey. He executed a Dharma World divine ability and leaped up. With a bang, he was stomped to death, and a large amount of blood spurted out, as expected of a 12-winged silver dragon. His skin is rough, and his flesh is thick. He actually managed to last until now. Peng Wanli shouted. When the others heard this, they all sneered and pounced forward together. Unfortunately, The 12-winged silver dragon didn't manage to struggle for long before being blown up by the monkey and the others. His dragon horns and dragon bones were stained with blood, and they scattered in all directions. Nine-headed, you should die too. The monkey, Peng Wanli, Mi Qing, and Xiao Yao rushed over, wanting to kill Nine-headed Bird. Chu Feng was naturally quite cooperative. It was better to have fun together than to have fun alone. He threw Nine-headed Bird, who only had half of his body left, on the ground and let the others kill him together. That was because Nine-headed Bird's innate divine ability was very strange. His last 3 heads glowed and protected the area above his chest, making it difficult to break through. That was why he was still alive. Now, these little demon kings had come over to beat him up together. They didn't bother to study how to use secret arts to break the other party's protective light barrier. It was simple, direct, and quite violent. They attacked ruthlessly from the start. For example, there were 2 black gold rods at the scene. Mi Tian and Mi Qing swung them down with all their might, smashing Nine-headed Bird continuously. For example, the golden-winged Great Peng let out a long cry, and a torrential golden light surged. He turned into a golden blade and swooped down from the sky, cleaving Nine-headed Bird in half. In addition, Xiao Yao's fists were like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, erupting with dazzling light as they constantly struck Nine-headed Bird's body. They were all merciless in their attacks. The main reason was that they were filled with hatred for Nine-headed Bird and didn't like him at all. Not long ago, Qi Lingkong had been crippled outside the Golden Body Legion. If something happened to Chowda this time, how would the monkey and the others have a face to face him? They didn't even need to think about it. If Nine-headed Bird really succeeded in his scheme and killed Chowda, they would definitely be the scapegoats. If people mistakenly thought that the 6-eared monkey, Dao, and Peng races had killed off their own people in order to fight for the Dao melting grass and had greedy for his quota, their reputations would be completely ruined. Therefore, the monkey, Peng Wanli, and the others were extremely furious. They wanted nothing more than to kill Nine-headed Bird immediately. They felt that this person was too sinister. You sinister person, you want to kill us brothers, and you definitely want to pin the sh*T on us. Die today. The monkey and the others shouted. Their hair stood on end as they smashed down continuously. At this time, Chu Feng was also playing dirty. He wielded his mace and kept on killing. Nine-headed Bird was shocked and furious. In order to kill Chowda, he had carefully prepared and brewed up, but in the end, this was the result. His sworn brothers had all died. Moreover, those people were in extremely miserable states. They had died without a complete corpse. Now it was his turn. He was currently being beaten up. Apart from the area above his chest, the rest of his body was gone, blasted clean. And now, he was powerless to retaliate. He could only use his innate divine ability to protect his head and wait for others to save him. Puffed. Nine-headed Bird cried out miserably. One of his heads bloomed like a blood-colored lotus, blasted apart by Chowda, Mi Qing, and the others very crudely. He cried out miserably again. His other head also split into pieces at almost the same time. It was like a ripe watermelon that had been smashed. He was scared out of his wits. Chapter 12:15. The Nine-headed Bird was in a miserable state. He had a total of 9 lives, yet 8 of them had been killed in one go. He only lacked the last one. One had to know that this was his race's greatest reliance. In the end, he was crippled by someone. Boom! It was at this time that an incomparable aura came from the distant sky. Bloody light overflowed into the heavens as a huge scarlet bird appeared. Its eyes were like the sun as it hung in the sky. Its body was too large, and its entire body was red. For a moment, it actually filled the southern sky. Its enormous body and surging blood energy could be seen everywhere. Without a doubt, it was unknown how many kilometers away it was. This was some kind of manifestation, a projection of its true body. Old ancestor! The Nine-headed Bird immediately cried out. He was moved and ashamed. He was about to be killed, but he finally saw his ancestor. He was reflected in the void. At the same time, an old silver dragon appeared. It flapped its enormous wings and gazed coldly at this place, casting a terrifying gaze. For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as if a world-ending heavenly tribulation was about to descend. If these lights were to really fall, all the evolvers at the Golden Arhats level would die. This old silver dragon's body was also enormous, and it filled the eastern sky. There were densely packed scales everywhere, shiny and terrifying. Draconic energy surged and submerged the sky. At this critical moment, a large hairy hand reached down and blocked all the lightning. It also isolated the energy that the blood-colored bird and the old silver dragon were about to transmit over. Don't be sore losers. Your descendants are inferior, so you can't blame others. At this time, a golden-winged pung appeared. It was truly incomparably large. Its back was like Mount Tai, and its wings were like clouds that covered the sky. It was boundlessly terrifying. Humph! In the sky, the blood-colored bird snorted coldly and quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, that old dragon's expression was gloomy. His eyes were cold as he stared at the 12-winged silver dragon's corpse on the ground. After a long time, he faded away and disappeared. The disappearance of these old fellows made everyone heave a sigh of relief. If not for the appearance of the six-eared macaque race and the pung race's old ancestors, everyone would probably be paralyzed on the ground. They couldn't help but shiver, and their bodies might even explode and turn into a bloody mist. The old ancestors had disappeared. However, Divine King-level characters had arrived, and their expressions were all different. Haha, not bad. It was a very flamboyant and domineering voice. It came from an extremely handsome young man. It was Mi Hong, the big brother of the monkey and Mi Qing. He was a god king. Chu Feng had seen him before. He had even confronted him at the Wasteland Coliseum. He and Old Gu could be said to be ferocious dragons crossing the river. They had summoned 70 or 80 divine kings from the Dark Realm to challenge Mi Hong. Therefore, Monkey kept saying that there were no good people in the degeneration. He felt indignant for his big brother, feeling that his big brother had been bullied by G-Dade. Little Tian, Little Qing, both of you are not bad, Mi Hong said with a smile. This was undisguised praise. He didn't care about the cold eyes of a silver dragon not far away. That was an expert of the Silver Dragon clan. Other than that, there was also a red-haired youth. He looked young, but he had lived for many years. He was the divine king of the Nine-Head clan. Brother, the nine-headed bird cried out with a weak voice. At the same time, he felt incredibly ashamed. He had always been arrogant, but today he had lost face for his family. They came from the Forbidden Land, but in the end, 8 of his heads had been blown up, and it looked like he would not be able to keep his 9th head. Let's go, his elder brother, the God King, said with a sunken face. He opened his mouth and spat out a scarlet streak of light, sweeping him up. Then he stowed away Uncle Lon and 6th Uncle on the ground before turning into a bright red bird that took off into the sky. That's right. Don't go. The monkey shouted. He was still unwilling to let them go. Forget it. The old ancestor of their clan has already manifested, and even the divine king has appeared. We have to give them some face, said Mi Hong. Afterwards, he sneered at the silver dragon and the other god kings who flew over with sunken faces. He said, "Everyone leave. Bullying the weak is forbidden here." In the end, the silver dragon snorted coldly and disappeared with a whoosh, bringing along the dragon scales and broken bones on the ground. There was no entanglement or condemnation. Before everyone left, they all glanced at Chu Feng. They felt that this youth was too evil. His combat strength was ridiculously strong. He actually fought against a group of people alone and killed a whole group of people, especially since they all knew that this Chao De was the main force that defeated the Quasi-Sage. Very good. I look forward to your rapid growth. Mi Hong smiled. He was very handsome and showed kindness to Chu Feng, encouraging him. In the end, he added, "You're also from the Dud generation, but you're much more pleasing to the eye than some people. You give people a good impression of you." Nearby, many people were shaken. This was a top expert among the divine kings, Mi Hong. He thought so highly of Chowda and was so close to him. However, Chu Feng himself was speechless. He really wanted to say that there had always been only one person from the degeneration. It was me, it was me, it was still me. He was wondering what expression the monkey's elder brother would have when the truth was revealed. Mi Hong patted Chu Feng's shoulder in a very affectionate manner. Very good. I'll look forward to you standing side by side with me in the future. Yes, spar with my little sister more. She's not bad, too. The handsome divine king of the six-eared macaque race, Mi Hong, really thought highly of Chu Feng. He didn't hesitate to let him get closer to his sister. The monkey scratched his ears and cheeks. He really wanted to object. Mi Qing had bright eyes and white teeth. Her smile was enchanting. She greeted Mi Hong and shook his arm. Her ethereal temperament instantly turned sweet. The group of divine kings left, leaving behind a ground full of blood. Monkey, are you sure you're all from the same mother? Look at your elder brother and your sister, and then look at you. Your skin is really like jade, sparkling and translucent. Look at you, your entire body is covered in fur. Scramadai, the monkey was furious. The group laughed loudly. All the golden body evolvers nearby were rather shocked. Such a huge storm had actually come to an end just like that. Chowda had killed the top figures of the golden body domain in succession. In addition, he had severely injured the number 1 saint, Kuan Long. His name was destined to shake this camp and attract the attention of all parties. Chowda, the monkey, Peng Wanli, Mi Qing, and Xiao Yao had formed a cohesive force that intimidated all the experts. Just now, everyone had seen that these people were quite united. They attacked crazily and crushed the 9-headed bird and the 12-winged silver dragon. Hurry up and recuperate. The Tao Fusion Grand Meeting is in 2 days. The old servant of the 6-eared macaque race appeared and informed them of this situation. Chu Feng nodded and turned to go into seclusion. He wanted to adjust himself to his peak state and prepare to fight with the divine kings and saints for fortuitous opportunities and opportunities. There was only one Tao fusion herb. When the time came, everyone would sit cross-legged around him. It was still unknown who would benefit the most. In theory, the divine kings would definitely benefit the most, but this couldn't be treated as an unchangeable truth. For example, some people had special artifacts hidden in their bodies. For example, the monkey had a small furnace in his body that he had obtained from a forbidden land. It could help him purify the essence of heaven and earth and refine the order Tao fruit. Another example was Peng Wanli's body that had been excavated from an unknown ancient tomb. Its flames could burn and purify all kinds of substances. And these artifacts were all half-energy converted and existed between the real and the illusory. In fact, Chu Feng also had a small grinding stone in his body. It had been a small black and white grinding stone in the beginning, but ever since he had gone through reincarnation, the strange substance in his body had been successfully refined on the path of reincarnation. It had produced a mysterious and novel substance that had fused with the small grinding stone, causing it to turn gray. Even now, Chu Feng hadn't tested its power. However, there was something very shocking about it. It could hide from heaven's secrets, making it impossible for outsiders to detect it. While Chu Feng was in seclusion, the monkey was greeting an old monkey with a smile on his face. Many thanks, old ancestor, for taking action. The old monkey had a dignified appearance and was covered in golden fur. It had a thunderous mouth and golden pupils. It was very similar to Mi Tian's, and it was sitting cross-legged in the tent. However, the old monkey was very quiet and didn't scratch its ears or cheeks. It was very calm. Sigh, do you really think I was willing to take action? If you hadn't sworn a blood oath, would I have flipped the table and fought to the death with them? The old monkey lectured Mi Tian and told him that he owed them a lot of favors this time. The monkey's expression changed when he heard that. Old ancestor, if I hadn't sworn a blood oath, would you really have abandoned Chowda? What do you think? The old monkey glanced at him and didn't respond. I don't believe it. How could we do that? Sit down. The old monkey berated. In your eyes, are there only black and white? Are there no gray areas? Chowda is a good seedling, but this matter involves the old ancestors of several powerful races. If it's possible, I won't shed all pretense of cordiality to protect him. The monkey was instantly unhappy. Forget it. What's the point of saying so much to you? You should be more pure now. Young people should be filled with hot blood and fighting spirit. You should maintain this state. Otherwise, when you reach my age, your heart will change. It will be so black that it will be shiny. The old monkey sighed. Wasn't he like this when he was young? He was like a monkey. He was straightforward and passionate, and he didn't care about the sand in his eyes. However, he gradually changed in the end. He felt that he shouldn't instigate too much now. Otherwise, once the monkey reached his age, its heart would definitely be black, and it might even lose its true self. The monkey was speechless when he heard that. The old monkey became impatient and said, "All right, stop daydreaming. People will always change. You'll do different things at different ages. Don't learn from that nine-headed bird and think that you're infallible. You think that you can control everything with your little tricks, but in reality, you've lost your initiative. I'll say it again. I'll allow you to make mistakes now. Just be casual. I'll take responsibility for you if anything happens." On the same day, an old fellow from the red-scale crane race came to seek justice for Chi Lincoln. He looked for trouble with Nine-Headed Bird and the Silver Dragon race, wanting to start a life and death battle. In the end, he was persuaded. Some people agreed to some of his conditions. 2 days later, Chu Feng, the monkey, Peng Wanli, Mi Qing, and the others came out of seclusion to participate in the Tao Fusion Grand Meeting. This was a pure land surrounded by divine king camps. Clouds rose and rosy clouds rose. This was a very small mystic realm. The Tao Fusion grass was placed here. Chu Feng and the others arrived. They saw many people along the way. There were divine kings, saints, and even supreme divine kings. He even saw someone familiar, Li Jiuxiao. Back then, Chu Feng had drenched divine king Li Jiuxiao with rain for an entire season. At the same time, he also saw Ji Kai-xian. The two of them were actually in the same camp. One had to know that their clans were on opposing sides back then. However, Li Jiuxiao had always been pursuing Ji Kai-xian. These two great divine kings were famous in this domain. They were firmly in the top 10. Moreover, if the leaderboard was changed, their ranking would increase by a large margin. There were orchids and herbs everywhere. Purple chi rose and immortal chi filled the air. This place was incomparably holy. Brother Dragon is here too. His injuries have actually healed. The monkey pouted, indicating for Chu Feng to look at the Kuan dragon in front. However, Chu Feng didn't care about that. He was attracted by another figure. Chapter 12:16. In the distance, the woman turned sideways. Her cheeks were fair and translucent. Even from his side, that part of her profile was still very beautiful. She was very tranquil and otherworldly. Chu Feng was slightly shaken. She looked a bit like Qin Luoyin, but her appearance was even more outstanding. It could be said that she was as beautiful as jade and had peerless grace. Perhaps it was because her temperament was even more special and outstanding. That was because at this level, even if there were some differences in appearance, it wouldn't be too obvious. This woman, from her figure to her appearance, to her bearing and charm, was almost perfect. Her every movement was filled with a unique charm. Her figure was slender and seemed to be covered by a hazy light. Even her hair was sparkling, and her entire being seemed to be tranquil and untainted by the mortal world. But if someone were to approach her and talk to her, her smile would be as warm as the spring breeze. It was obvious that this woman was extremely stunning. Her face was flawless, and her slender figure was hidden in her dress. Although she looked ethereal and otherworldly with a pure and holy temperament, she also had a curvaceous and impressive figure. Once she smiled, her bright eyes were intoxicating. She had the alluring charm of a fairy from the Guanghan who had been banished to the mortal world. Chu Feng walked over and wanted to approach her. This area was a pure land. It was originally the core area of the Divine King's camp, but now it had become the venue for the Daofuse grass gathering. There were mountains and rivers here, peach trees, and fallen flowers in profusion. There were also green pines and cypresses that formed a forest with dense essence energy flowing through it. Even the rocks and cliffs were sparkling and lustrous with purple vapor rising from them. Although it was a battlefield now, it used to be a forbidden land. Later on, it was completely destroyed after a famed mountain crashed into it. But both the number 1 famed mountain and the former 4th forbidden area were unfathomably deep. After the two collided, they shattered, leaving behind hundreds of secret realms and divine lands of various sizes. This seemingly heavenly pure land was actually boundlessly terrifying inside. This Dao-fusing herb had been discovered in an extremely dangerous mystic realm, and it had been transplanted here. Chu Feng arrived and approached this woman. Her current name was Qing Yin, and she was peerlessly beautiful. Chu Feng looked at her with complicated emotions. He still remembered the matters in the Little Yin realm, but because of Granny Meng's soup, some of his emotions from the past had become indifferent. He only knew that he had an extraordinary past with Qin Luoyin. They even gave birth to a little Taoist. But now, the two of them seemed to have become parallel lines, and it was very difficult for them to intersect. That was because Qin Luoyin had already remembered her past life in the ultimate land of reincarnation. In prehistoric times, she was the number 1 beauty of the Yang realm, Qingshi. She had once told the Black Yak, Ouyang Feng, the old donkey, the Manchurian tiger, and the others that the events of her past life had been scattered with the wind. From now on, she was Qingshi. In particular, after Chu Feng opened the secret realm of the prehistoric ancient dream path in the Yang realm, he allowed Qingshi's soul fragments to fuse again and become complete. Her mentality was even closer to that of the first goddess of prehistory. Therefore, even if the woman in front of him was the little Taoist mother, she was different from the past. She should be closer to Qingshi, the person with the greatest talent in prehistory. Her temperament, disposition, and mentality were all different from the person that Chu Feng knew. Chu Feng was somewhat disappointed in his heart, but it wasn't serious. He only felt a bit of regret. He shook his head and recovered, mainly because the side effects of Granny Meng's soup were too great. Yes, this won't do. Even if I accept reality and have a heart as still as water, I still have to think of the little Taoist. I can't let him lose his mother so early. Chu Feng muttered in his heart. Of course, it was fortunate that he didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, Six-Eared Macaque and Peng Wanli would definitely curl their lips and scold him if they found out. Heart as still as water? He was clearly finding excuses for himself. Chao, to look at you. You're staring straight at her. Can you not be so embarrassing? Mi Tian tugged on his sleeve and reminded him in a low voice to not stare at her endlessly and to be careful of his image. Then, his expression turned ugly. Fortunately, I held my bottom line and didn't let you get too close to my sister. Look at your peach blossom eyes. It's too shameful. When Chu Feng heard this, he was instantly displeased. He didn't have peach blossom eyes. No matter how you looked at him, he was still handsome and full of vigor. The monkey was purposely mocking him. Monkey, you're really not right. Mi Qing and I are in love, and you're trying to break us up. Let me tell you, don't do such an outrageous thing. Otherwise, your brother Mi Hong won't agree to it, and your sister Mi Qing will hate you. Chao, what are you saying? The monkey was so angry that he really wanted to beat him up. Chu Feng said, then don't grumble here. You saw that fairy Qingyin look back at me and smiled at me. She's so beautiful and charming. You should leave now to stop your sister from having an affair with me and push me to someone else. All right, don't be a third wheel here. Don't mess things up. Chowda, you shameless be asterisk starred. The monkey was so angry that even the roots of his teeth were itching. He turned around and didn't want to pay attention to him. He cursed silently. That fairy Qingyin treats everyone warmly, but is she only treating you? Then He saw Chu Feng decisively moving forward. He didn't know what he said, but he seemed to be chatting happily with Fairy Qingyin. This area was filled with purple bamboo forests, and even the rocks were flowing with multicolored light. It was like a secret realm of a celestial being, inexplicably peaceful and tranquil. Since the first time I saw the fairy, I felt a sense of closeness. It's as though I've known you for many years. It made my restless heart, which was caused by slaughter and bloody battles, calm down. How strange. Could it be that we've known each other before? Chu Feng blabbered on and on. He felt that, even though she was taking Qing Shi as her master now, she still had a part of Qin Luoyin's personality, especially since she remembered the matters of the little netherworld. Therefore, Chu Feng talked about Qin Luoyin's interests and hobbies. He wanted to use this innate understanding to pull them closer. Qingyin's smile was gentle, and her charm could topple cities. At first, she was just talking to him out of politeness. But soon she was surprised. That was because the two of them were actually quite agreeable. They had similar ideas and vaguely resonated with each other. The monkey, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao all stood in the distance, waiting to see Qiao to make a fool of herself. This was because they all knew that this fairy-like woman had a gentle temperament and was very quiet. However, only after truly getting close to her did they realize that she was extremely arrogant inside. She was unreachable. Even those supreme god kings had run into a wall, suffering setbacks at her hands and retreating unwillingly. Say, will Chowder retreat with his tail between his legs, or will he fly into a rage out of humiliation and be warned? He's so impatient. He's publicly known as Brother Irascible. Don't get thrown out because of a moment of anger. The monkey, Peng Wanli, and the others were discussing. But soon, they became suspicious and then dumbfounded. The two of them were actually chatting happily and becoming more and more agreeable. That mysterious fairy Qingyin actually invited him to sit down and even offered him a cup of tea. Ciao. Duh. I really couldn't tell that the stubborn and stinky degeneration could actually make fairy Qingyin look at him in a different light. Mother of asterisk her, there's no justice in this world. The monkey was indignant and shouted, he's not even as handsome as me. You're saying this out of guilt. No matter what, he's still more naked than you. Look at your fur. Peng Wanli said. Big bird, what are you saying? Are you purposely targeting me? The evolution of the species and the competition of 10,000 races. This is my strongest form. From a natural meaning of bloodline and evolution, I'm a rare handsome man in this world. Peng Wanli didn't say anything. This monkey was definitely very shameless. Xiao Yao said, it's already been 15 minutes, but he's still talking so much. I really couldn't tell that Qiao Da is a playboy. Fairy Qingyin, who even supreme divine kings can't get close to, made an exception for him and smiled sweetly at him. Her charm is breathtaking. It's too rare. This Qiao Da is a playboy. He's not a good person. At this time, Mi Qing spoke. It was rare for her to not be empty and clear. Her tone was full of dissatisfaction, and her face lacked her usual sweet smile. She turned around and walked away. Peng Wanli said in a low voice, Monkey, the situation isn't good. Is your sister paying too much attention to Qiao Da? Her reaction isn't too good. The monkey didn't like this and said, my sister isn't that shallow. Qiao Da isn't even as handsome as me. Moreover, the old fellow in the clan seems to have a goal and has chosen a suitable Dao companion for her. He has a great background and might come from. I can't say. Very soon, Chu Feng was unhappy because his first pleasant conversation with Qingyin had been interrupted. It was the three-headed divine dragon, Yin Ta. He had a head of long golden hair that hung down to his waist and was very handsome. He said indifferently, one must know their own limits. Don't bother Fairy Qingyin anymore. He was a member of the dragon race, but he had mutated. His true body had 3 heads, and his talent was astonishing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter that list and absorb the essence of the Dao melting grass. He had a close relationship with the 12-winged silver dragons and was also a member of the dragon race. He was quite disgusted with Qiao Da and was now deliberately looking for trouble. The three-headed divine dragon Yun Tu waved his hand as if he were shooing away a fly. Don't disturb Fairy Qingyin here. Go away. Chu Feng was immediately unhappy. He was looking for a mother for his child. Why was this dragon interfering? Even if he was at the divine level, he should get lost. I love slaying dragons the most. I just killed a 12-winged silver dragon 2 days ago. Do you think your face is big? Chu Feng said coldly. He had the fiery eyes and could naturally see that Yun Tuo's true body was actually a three-headed golden dragon. What did you say? Yun Tuo shouted in a low voice. Chu Feng wasn't in a good mood. This dragon was really messing around. He had long since sensed that Qingyin was difficult to get close to. If he hadn't understood her personality and hobbies from her previous life, he wouldn't have been able to have such a pleasant conversation. He had used his natural advantages with great difficulty to cast a bit of light on her perfect mental state. He hoped that he could touch her in the future and truly resonate with her. But now that he had been interrupted, it might be difficult to have such an opportunity in the future. As expected, Qingyin's pupils contracted slightly, and then she calmed down. Her heart was like still water, and she was also somewhat vigilant. She felt that it was very strange. She had actually chatted so congenially with this youth, called Chowda, just now. Was he targeting her? Chu Feng immediately sensed the change in her mood, and immediately became even more displeased. He looked at the three-headed golden dragon Yun Tuo and said, I'm talking to you. Get lost and disappear. Who's so rude and impudent here? Don't make a ruckus. Someone rebuked. Someone from the nine-headed bird race also appeared, and he was even more powerful. He was a divine king named Qi Feng. His scarlet hair draped over his shoulders as he glanced coldly at Chu Feng and said, Get lost. This is not a place for you to be so ostentatious. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.